I'm back, even though I didn't plan to be today. Uh, Last 2 days have been a pain in the neck. Actually, no, today and the last 2 days. Let's just say insomnia and heat and everything, and yeah. So in short, I just didn't sleep much and woke up at really odd hours. So yeah, today's plan is ranking every Pokemon. I've kind of been contemplating doing this for a little while, so it wasn't completely out of the blue. I think playing Pokemon Legends and nearly finishing that off has kind of brought it up. So yeah, that's the plan. I've got the list up already, so we can go over to that screen if we want to, or I can just sit here and yammer on a little longer. This week's gonna be pain. Honestly, I haven't been streaming as much as I want to. And part of it is I like to do long streams. I like to go for like 6 hours usually. But I think I'm just gonna have to get past that point and just go, right, I can only do short streams. It does mean that it's gonna mess with my pacing. So yeah, that's something to look forward to. Also, I keep contemplating whether I want to do like art stuff on stream, and every time something seems to just not go right, mostly on my part. Either I'm like doing a terrible job, or I'm just like not focusing, or I'm worrying too much about, you know, how slow my process is. I don't know. I'm very much a person who just likes to zone out when I do art stuff, so I don't know if I will stream art anymore, or try to. I may on occasion record, or like do it in a Discord call maybe, so that people can watch if they want to, but yeah, I think that's just gonna have to be the way things go from now on. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, there wasn't any plans to do a stream today because I kind of just figured it was getting late, but you know what? I said screw it. I'm just gonna go ahead and stream. I don't know why my head does that. It like twitches and freaks out. Ugh. Something for me to work out another time. Anywho, to the list. That's freaking out too. So, we have every Pokemon. And they're ordered by generation, which is good, but it also has, like, as you can see with the 2 copies, it's not capturing my mouse. How there are 2 copies of Ludicolo there? Yeah, it's got gender differences and megas and stuff. So, just to make things a little simpler, I'm only going to be ranking the individual Pokemon. So we're not doing separate rankings for megas, for amorphic, not amorphic, gender differences. I know what the damn word is. Dimorphic. But we're not going to be rating them on their dimorphism or anything like that. We're just going to be rating the individual Pokemon, so megas, gender differences, Dynamax, all that stuff. We're not going to worry with that. Point number 2, this is going to be mostly personal. I will be like taking account of their mechanical aspect in game and how much like that affects like being able to find them and those sorts of things, but for the most part, it is opinion based. I think that's all the disclaimers out of the way. I will be breaking them into each generation with a bit of my history with the generation of Pokemon, just so that the list like doesn't get absolutely swamped. Because you can just imagine they take up that much room. There's over 1,000 Pokemon. It's going to get like really full really fast. Also, yeah, I don't have any background music. I'm still waiting on that stuff from... I don't know what's going on there, to be honest. I know that he was working on stuff and that he had given me, like, some examples and things, and... yeah, we won't go into that. That's not important. So yeah, let's rank some Pokemon. Starting off, we have... it's very awkward not having my mouse visible, because I have to look over to the other screen. We have Bulbasaur. So look, it's like I like Bulbasaur's design. It's very Gen 1. That weird, goofy thing. But let's start with my history with Gen 1. I'm technically, since people talk about what gen you are in terms of mainline game, I would technically be called a Gen 3er. I grew up with Gen 1. I know the Gen 1 Pokemon, but I didn't have a mainline game until the GBA. So I grew up... well, no, I grew up. I started playing with Fire Red and Ruby. So yeah, that's my introduction to the series in terms of mainline. But like, I played Snap back in the day. I had the trading cards. I saw bits and pieces of the anime. So it's like, I was introduced to Pokemon in Gen 1. And all the Gen 1 mons. But I didn't have to deal with the clunkiness of the Gen 1 and 2 games. So... so yeah, that's Gen 1. I grew up with it, but I never played the original games. Ivysaur. I kind of feel neutral on Ivysaur. It's very much a case of middle stage itis. It's not bad, but it doesn't stand out. It kind of just has like that, you know, the inability to have its own identity outside of its former and latter, and a lot of Pokemon are like that. There are some people who like the mid-stage. Like, we'll get to a few examples of my own, but a lot of the time they're either just a mediocre, or like a half step up, or they're so detached from the other two forms that it feels odd to have it in the middle. But yeah, that is Ivysaur. I'm not going to dwell on a lot of the Pokemon too long because there's a lot of them. Okay, so next up, Venusaur. So I'm going to admit it, I do like Venusaur's design. For anyone who remembers Stadium, Stoned Venusaur. Yeah, Venusaur like has a great design, but in terms of like typing, it's nothing to write home about. Grass Poison was so common in Gen 1. Like, it was more common to find a Grass Poison type than pure grass. So it's not really anything to write home about in terms of that. And Venusaur, like, gets a little bit of love, but I definitely feel like the Bulbasaur Venusaur line definitely it definitely got like the short straw out of the 3 Gen 1 starters. That honestly, there is one in every generation that just like gets the short straw. Charmander. One of the more notable Pokédex entries. Look, honestly, I kind of feel mixed. It's like, it's just the lizard with its tail on fire. I don't hate the design, and I don't hate the Pokemon, but I kind of just feel meh. You know? Like, it's nothing against Charmander as a whole, but it's kind of just that meh sort of thing. Charmeleon I like better. Honestly, that's because of, like, the improvement as the years have gone on. Charmeleon has become more distinctive of design from Charmander. Particularly with, like, you know, its distinct red palette, its more noticeable claws. The single horn of its head is kind of meh, but, like, early Charmander? Hang on, can I... Give me a sec. I should have... Bulb here open in the side here. I've got it open for another reason. Jeez, I don't know why it's doing that. Search. Charmeleon. I need to go all the way down to see its old sprites. We'll go with the, like, red and blue sprite. Let's zoom it in, and then... You can see he's changed a lot. This is Gen 1, the US sprite, so red and blue. Charmeleon. The boy's changed a lot. Like, we went from this goofy fella to this. He's definitely had the glow up over the years. Next is Charizard. There's not much to say. Charizard is popular for a reason. He is one of the few Gen 1 Pokemon to have the pseudo-dragon sort of status. There were only, like... There's only one dragon line, so 3 actual dragon Pokemon, and yet Charizard, Gyarados, and Aerodactyl have, like, this pseudo-dragon status. Mostly because Lance uses them, but, like, you can't knock the design. It's good. It's good, it's sleek, it works. It's not overly designed like how some later Pokemon are. We'll get to them. But yeah, that Charizard's just kind of like a, you know, Charizard. And now we're going to reveal myself a lot more. My pick for starter is, of course, Squirtle. I like the goofy little guy. I actually like Wartortle's design a lot. Like, I really do. I know a lot of people actually don't like the fluffy ears, the fluffy tail. I do. Squirtle is just my go-to starter, and Blastoise is going to be the first one to get the favorite status because Blastoise was always my pick for a starter in Gen 1. Or in Kanto, I should say. Okay, now we're going to start doing lightning round sort of stuff. Because we're into the... what I guess you'd start to call the less important, or less impressive, the early game Pokemon. So, Caterpie. Caterpie is meh. Metapod. Metapod I've always found very weird. Like, I don't know, I'm not a particular fan of it. Like, it's got a lot of things going on in its design, and it's kind of meh. It's not really a Pokemon, it's a phase. It's not a phase, Mom. Yeah, for Metapod it is. It's just a phase that you have to go through. And then you have Butterfree, which, honestly, for a butterfly Pokemon, it's kind of meh. We've gotten a lot of butterfly Pokemon over the years, and they are above and beyond better designs. Sorry. And as far as things go, like, Butterfree is... it's a very bland design. I think, like, part of the problem is it's a Gen 1 Pokemon, limited color palette. But also, like, its moveset's never been anything to write home about. Like, sure, it gets a couple of psychic moves, but that's it. Weedle. I hate this little shit. Poison is a pain in the neck to, like, fight against because you get poisoned so often, they waste so much time. You either have to buy antidotes, or you have to run back to the Pokemon Center, or just let things faint. And because Weedle's just that early game mon, it just does that, and that's all it is. It's not a bad Pokemon, but you know, I don't hate it, but it's like not another one. Kakuna's kind of in the same spot. It's Metapod but worse. Or more frustrating, I should say. It's Metapod but more frustrating. Like, it's a nice, sleek design, but it is complex. But at the same time, it's a phase. Not to mention, it's immune to poison, and in later generations, it just removes status effects. So it's like, my god. Beedrill. Oh god, this is going to actually be a little tough, because I like Beedrill's design. I like bees. But it's Beedrill. You know what, I'm going to put it in like. Beedrill is one of those Pokemon where it's like, it's got a cool design. I mean, hell, look at Mega Beedrill. It's got a cool design, but it's got nothing else going for it. It's just a nice design. It doesn't have a great move pool, and it's bug poison. It's like one of the worst combos in the early series, the early parts of the game. Not early parts, like the early parts of the franchise. It's like Beedrill's kind of the meh Pokemon, and in terms of like Beedrill and Butterfree in terms of viability, Butterfree tends to be better in the early game. I mean, arguable, neither are great against Brock. And Misty's... actually, they're really not that great for gyms. Okay. Next, we got the Pidgey line. Pidgey's kind of a meh. The same with Pidgeotto. And then you got Pidgeot. I don't know, they're kind of all meh for me. I don't particularly like or dislike the design, but it's just like, it's just a generic bird, really. And there's nothing really to like or dislike about the design. It's just there. Well, then we've got Rattata. Now, Uh, mm. Rattata kind of has the same problem that Beedrill has. It's like, I don't hate the Pokemon, but I'm not willing to put it higher. And I'm going to do the same for the Alolan one, though really for like a redesign, it's kind of meh. And we'll put Raticate up there. Honestly, chunky Raticate. Alolan Raticate. I don't know how to feel. I mean, he's not a bad design. It's a redesigned Raticate, but no, I don't. You know, I'm fine with meh. Raticate's like Raticate's runaway ability is a godsend, you know, for like challenge runs and stuff, because an easy flee is good. The problem is that that's about the only good thing that Rattata and Raticate have, other than Super Fang, is they can get you out of any fight, and they have like one niche move that you can use, but other than that, they're kind of meh. Spearow and Fearow. Spearow I feel indifferent about. Sorry, we'll put him on the right lane. Fearow, however, I don't know why I don't like it. I've never liked Fearow. There's something about that neck. It's just like, you know, like it's just snapped in the wrong spot. It's like somewhere between a vulture and I don't know what. But it unnerves me. Ekans is Ekans. It's a boring design. It's not all that interesting. And then next is Arbok. Arbok actually I like. But not because like I like to use it or I like the design, but this is a trait of Arbok that most people probably don't know, actually. Our reset size. We'll quickly go look up Arbok just so that I can, like, point it out.
Nah.
Yeah. Hey, Hallie. Okay, so Arbok. So we'll scroll all the way down to its sprite work. So notice how its sprite, the image on its chest changes in the games. This was for a time part of its dex entry that Arbok from different areas had different patterns on its... What the hell is it called? Frills? I don't know. We should be able to find it in the dex entries. I think it's... should be in its fire red and leaf green. Here it is. The pattern on its belly appears to frighten fair spots. Okay. There it is. It's an Ultra Sun. Latest researchers determined that there were over 20 arrangements of the pattern on its stomach. That's a cool little bit of lore. It's a shame that it's kind of just disappeared to the wayside. There aren't different patterns of Arbok. But we've got different patterns on other Pokemon. So it's like, why the heck not? Come on. We could do with it. It's a great idea that they're just missing out on because Arbok is like a mid-tier Pokemon at best. I mean, it's pure poison type. It's not winning any awards for like being anything special, particularly being pure poison. Okay. Pikachu. 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 I'm going to admit it, I hate this little freaking rodent. And you know why? Because I like Raichu. I like Raichu. And because of that, Pikachu is the absolute bane of my existence. Okay, context. Because Pikachu is the mascot, it means that there is all these little things that Game Freak throws Pikachu's way. It gets the light ball, it gets its own special move, it gets its own special like forms and promotion stuff and everything, and Raichu gets screwed every which way. My first Pokemon card that I ever had was a Raichu. I like Raichu. I think it's neat. I've tried to use it on a couple of occasions, but because Pikachu is around, Pikachu just gets shafted. Poor Raichu just gets shafted for it. For just existing. For being Pikachu's evolution. Like, honestly, if you could separate the two Pokemon and Pikachu be its own thing and Raichu be its own thing, Raichu would be so much better off. But no. It has to be chained down to being Pikachu's inferior evolution. And then we got Alola and Raichu, and it's like, everything that I like about Raichu, Alola and Raichu does wrong. Raichu is like, you know, more menacing looking. It's got more edges and everything. And then Alola and Raichu is like, I'm a fluffy, fuzzy, pudgy, round, lovable thing. I want Raichu. I mean, sure, it gets, like, Electric Surge as an ability, and it gets... It's... I'm pretty sure it's Psychic type it gets. It could be Fairy. Doesn't matter. Either way, it's not great. Sandshrew. I will do them all together. I like Sandshrew. I really do like Alolan Sandshrew and Sandslash. The problem is, they're not that usable. Sandslash, despite being like a mid-game Pokemon you don't see very early, and it's got middling stats. And Sandslash, you know, again, it's the same problem. It just has middling stats. But the Alolan variant, Ice Steel is a horrible combo because it's so fragile, but it looks so nice. It's a shame. It's a real shame. Nidoran female, I feel indifferent. Same with Nidorino. Or Nidorina, sorry. Nido Queen, I don't know, there's something about it that just... It just unnerves me a little. Nidoran male and Nidorino are kind of the same. Nidoking, on the other hand, I love its design. It's grown on me over the years. I would definitely like try using it in a team one day. But it's that kaiju monster sort of thing that I like some and not others, but like it speaks to me more now. Clefairy, it's kind of middle of the road for me. And then you have Clefable, which is like, it's just Clefairy 2.0 or Clefairy 1.5. It's a half step. I feel kind of let down by it. Vulpix is cute. Ninetales, I kind of feel meh on. Kitsune's, I've been done so many times, it's kind of meh. Alola and Vulpix kind of sits in the same thing for me. Alola Ninetales, however, is definitely a step up from regular Ninetales, just in terms of design. Its typing isn't anything to write home about, though. Ice Psychic, if I remember correctly. Hang on, let me double check myself before I go. Like, too off my rocker. No, it's Ice Fairy.
Nut.
Ah! People are throwing nuts at me. Yeah, Alola Ninetales is nice, but anything that's Ice type, because of how bad Ice type is just kind of hard to, like, put higher on the tier. Jigglypuff and Wigglytuff. Look, I'm going to be honest. I hate the Puffball, but it has nothing to do with Pokemon. I play Smash Brothers, like Smash 64 speedrunning. Jigglypuff is one of the toughest characters to run for me, so that's why. I have nothing against the Puffball in terms of, like, playing Pokemon. It's kind of a nothing, but yeah. Yeah, like, that's what I was saying. Like, anything that's part Ice is really hard to, like, put higher than like. I like the design, but it's just not viable for, like, using on a team without having to cover its weaknesses. And I guess Wigglytuff, it's like, I really don't like Wigglytuff's design. Something about that, its soulless eyes. Zubat. So a lot of people would probably say they hate Zubat. I'm sure a lot of sane people would say that, because, oh, well, I'm sure most people know the meme. Walk into a cave. Zubat. 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 But no, I like Zubat. And I actually like Golbat as well. It's a shame that his tongue is gone. He had this freaky... Actually, I'll look it up. So that's modern Golbat. But if we go down, 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 down to its old sprites... There we go. That goofy ass tongue. Like, it's a shame that it doesn't have it anymore. But yeah, I like Golbat. Part of the reason I like Golbat is he's not in this generation because he's a Gen 2 Pokemon. I really like Crobat. I've used Crobat on a couple of teams to beat various Pokemon games. He's fast. He has Confuse Ray, which is 100% confusion chance, at least in the games that it was in. So he was really good to just throw in, confuse, and then work on chip damage, because I often don't use optimal teams. I tend to have my weird likes when it comes to Pokemon. Oddish Gloom, Vileplume. This is kind of a Gen 1 thing. A lot of Pokemon have simple designs because of the hardware restrictions. So I kind of feel like meh for Oddish and Gloom. Vileplume, on the other hand, like, I have to give respect to. It was my choice of grass type when I played through Fire Red. Mostly because there weren't a lot of options. There are surprisingly few grass types that you can get before Cerulean? Yeah, Cerulean. So it's like, I do like Vileplume. It is a very simple design, but I think it works in Vileplume's favor more than it does for Oddish and Gloom. Because it allows it to, like, give emphasis to its over-the-top flower hat. But there aren't a lot of, like, grass types in Gen 1, surprisingly. Like, we've got the Venusaur line, the Vileplume line, and then what? We've got Weeping Bell, which you have if you don't have Vileplume, because version exclusive. Paris and Parasect, they're Bug Grass, which is not a great combo. You've got Exeggutor, which, I'll be honest, it is a good Pokemon, but it's very late game. Tangela, which is nothing to write home about, because he is not available early on. You need Surf in order to get Tangela. So he's basically at a point where you would not need a grass type. And that's it. So yeah, it's like, you either use Venusaur, Vileplume, or Victory Bell. They're pretty much your choices for a grass type, if you're using one. Okay, Paris and Parasect. I've never felt much for Parasect. I like the design, but boy is the Mon useless beyond that. His one saving grace is access to Spore, which is a guarantee. Used to be a guaranteed sleep move. I think they've changed the mechanics of Spore over the years. Like, it doesn't affect grass-type Pokemon. I'm not even sure if it's in the newer games anymore. But it was Paris's exclusive move. It's not anymore. The boy really doesn't have much going on. You see those white eyes? There is nothing going on behind them. He is just here to chill. And that's fine. Not everyone can be a winner, particularly when you've got so many Pokemon. Next. Venonat. Venonat I like the design of, but it's bug poison. There are so many bug poison type. It's not a bad one. And then we have Venomoth. Venomoth's another Pokemon that I like, and again, it's nothing special. It's a shame. There are so many bug type, and so few of them are any good in Gen 1. Part of it is because, you know, Gen 1 is as unbalanced as hell, and the power creep has just made those Pokemon that weren't notable less and less usable as time has gone on. So it's like, I like Venomoth. It's simple, but it is a damn shame that it is just like, it hasn't gone anywhere. Okay, Diglett and Dugtrio. So, regular Diglett. I don't know why. It's whack-a-mole. Dugtrio is kind of in the same boat. Alola and Diglett I don't like the design as much of, and yeah, it's ground steel. I still don't understand the logic of that when it's supposed to be like glass, is what its hair is. So I don't get that. But I will say that Dugtrio's lovely locks is a freaking sight to behold. So, yeah. God, we're starting to get into the deep ones. I don't even think we've gotten to 50 yet. Pikachu's 25. Yeah, we're still a ways away to go. We gotta go quick. We gotta speed. Oh, that's what that does. Okay. Meowth. Meowth. Honestly, I find Meowth kind of meh. It kind of the same with Alola and Meowth. They're kind of just meh for me. I've used Meowth before. It's nothing to write home about, honestly. Like, Payday is the only thing interesting about it. Sure, like, I'm not getting into the mechanics of, like, how crits work in Gen 1. So, taking into account, like, fast Pokemon get more crits and that sort of thing, because unless you're, like, talking specifically Gen 1 situations, it doesn't really matter. Not Alolan, Galarian Meowth. I don't know, I kind of like it. It's goofy, but I kind of like it. And then we have Persian. Persian's kind of just meh. And then you got Alolan Persian, which is like, bleh. I really do not like Alolan Persian. I get it's supposed to be like a cat got too much, and it just went when it got domesticated and everything. But it kind of is like the opposite of like Meowth as a scraggly cat. Persian is the sophisticated one, and then the Alola ones, they kind of tried to reverse it, where Meowth is the sophisticated and Persian is the scraggly one. But honestly, it's like, Persian wasn't that interesting of a design to start with. Psyduck. Psyduck be Goofy Boy. I like Goofy Boy. It stems back from Pokemon Snap. Like, you just see it pop up out of the water and it's just happy as can be. Like, I know the Pokedex entries say that it is constantly suffering from its self-induced headaches. But honestly, I just feel like Psyduck is too dumb to care. Psyduck, I'm going to keep doing that mistake now. Psyduck is blissfully unaware. It's a shame that it doesn't have Oblivious as an ability. I'm pretty sure its abilities are like Cloud 9 and something else, which is really weird. Golduck I kind of feel indifferent on. It's like, it's one of those designs like you like, and then as the years go on, it's like you realize it's kind of a bland design, isn't it? It's not bad, but it's not doing anything spectacular. Mankey and Primate. Mankey's kind of a mad design, but I do like Primate. I've never... I don't actually recall ever using a Primate before. I've tried using Mankey several times, but pure fighting in a lot of the early games is like they're kind of dog water. You know, it's only really in later games that they've gotten good, and unfortunately, Mankey is not very common. So yeah, I like the design, but I've never used Arcanine. Jeez. Arcanine and Growlithe. I've always kind of felt meh on the pair. I do like what they've done with Hisuian Arcanine, but I hate the type combo. It's like, Fire Rock? Really? It's like you did it to make it different. You did it to make it different, and that is such a big detractor for me that I would never want to use one. ×4 weakness to ground and water? No thank you. And then you got Alola and Arcanine, which I don't know. I don't like the design. There's something about it that's just, I don't like it. It feels overworked. Maybe? I'm not sure. Like, Pokemon past Gen... I want to say past Gen 6, or it may just be past Gen 5, are designed differently because the games are made for 3D. But I definitely feel like some Pokemon get overworked, like they try to put too many little details into. And that's what Alola and Arcanine feels like. They try to like just do too much to it and overcomplicate it. Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Poliwrath. I don't know. They feel... I feel kind of indifferent to them. Mostly because, you know, I use Blastoise. So I will feel indifferent to the other water types in the region. I feel like Poliwrath, its design is really underwhelming. Like, Politoed is a better final form for the trio than Poliwrath is. I feel like Poliwrath is just like, it's Poliwhirl 2.0. Sure, it has the fighting type, but that doesn't do it any favors. And even though it is fighting type, like, there's nothing indicating it visually. Like, it doesn't have any braces on it. It's slightly buff, which honestly doesn't indicate a lot. Yeah, honestly, the more I talk about it, the more I don't like its design. I feel like they could have done more with it. Hell, I think Poliwrath actually had a completely different design in Gen 1. Oh, disconnected me from Bulbapedia. It's... Don't get why it's doing that. So let's go down. Gen 1 sprites. Okay, it had a more macho look in red and green, and they toned it down. And it's just been kind of this, like, mess sort of thing. I think I mixed it up with the beta sprite, which is here. Sorry, I'll move across. Or just bring it up. I think I mixed it up with the beta sprite, which had the little crown on it. Like, that's got more going on than regular Poliwrath does, and that's why I think Politoed's a better design. So yeah, it's like, it's a mad design on a kind of meh Pokemon. Or less than meh. Abracadabra and Alakazam. Oh boy. So let's get the alternate forms out of the road. Hey, cat. Abra's kind of meh. It's an iconic design, but I don't particularly like it. Kadabra's design also is just like, I feel weird on. And Alakazam, how do I put it? Alakazam, I don't hate the design. Yes, broken, because the psychic type was broken. And special, how special worked was broken, which worked in the favor of psychic type and basically any Pokemon that used special. Alakazam was also fast. But that's the reason why I don't particularly like Alakazam, is it meant that every other psychic type was basically not worth investing in, because Alakazam pushes them out of the water. And to be honest, Alakazam, like, isn't a... He isn't a bad Pokemon, but I feel like he's... what's the word? He had the deck stacked in his favor too much. Yeah, he's quick, but frail, but because of how Gen 1 mechanics work, being quick was better than being bulky, because of how crits work, and since elemental punches, until Generation 4, were classed as special moves, even when special was split into attack and defense in Gen 2, Alakazam was just busted. Like, honestly, Alakazam had been the top pick for non-legendary psychic types for so many generations. Which is kind of a shame, because there are a lot of, like, interesting designs in later ones that, like, Alakazam is just like, if you're not using Alakazam, it's an underrated pick. So yeah, I can't bring myself to, like, dislike or hate Alakazam, but he's definitely not like a Pokemon that I like. Yeah, Gen 4 was the physical special split, where moves were individually classed as physical or special. A lot of Pokemon benefited from that, particularly dark types. The Machamp, Machoke, Machop. Look, I'm gonna be honest. I don't like them. I don't hate them, but I just don't like them. They're meant to be like Alakazam's counterpart. One being psychic, one being fighting. The problem is we'll get to Gen 2 when we get to Gen 2. Machamp is just horrible in Gen 1 because of how much fighting type got screwed over with everything. A mediocre range of moves, the dominance of special type, the dominance of psychic as a whole. But beyond that, it's like, there's something about, like, the burly muscles that I just... Yes. All of them. Oh, God. Yeah, there's something about the burly muscles of the Machamp line that I don't like. I don't know why exactly, but there's something about it that just rubs me the wrong way. Bellsprout, Weeping Bell, Victory Bell. I'm gonna put Bellsprout in there. Weeping Bell's mouth just creeps me out a lot. I don't hate it, but it's definitely not my pick. And similar to, like, Vileplume, I like Victory Bell. I've used it maybe once or twice. It's not a bad Pokemon, has a decent move pool, but it's definitely like just another mediocre grass type. It doesn't stand out in the long run, but then to be honest, grass is kind of a mediocre type as a whole, which is sad. Tentacruel. I like Tentacle and Tentacruel. I like them. But because I use, like, Blastoise again as my pick for a water Pokemon, they're not a Pokemon that I've used, a type that I've used. They're not a pair that I've used all that often. I've tried using them. They've got decent abilities, like Clear Body and Liquid Ooze are not terrible, but I don't know them well enough, to be honest. Oh goody, Geodude, Graveler, and Golem. I'm going to be completely honest. Geodude is just a rock with arms. It's meh. Graveler, on the other hand, I like Graveler. It's that level of silliness. But then Golem is just... it's kind of meh. I feel like this is an issue with trade evolutions, is that if you don't have people to trade with, you get attached to the middle form, or the form before, more so than the later form. But I think like Golem is such a waste of a name, particularly since it's not actually a Golem, it's just a rock. But it's like a rock turtle that isn't a turtle at all. I don't know, it's very middle of the road sort of meh for me. And then you got the Alolan form, which is electric, and it's like, it's meh. Meh. And I like the idea that they were going for with Alolan Golem, in that it's a railgun, but the execution, I don't like. I don't like the execution. Ninetales, not Ninetales, Ponyta and Rapidash. Gotta be honest, I'm not a horse person. It's like, I don't particularly like them. I will say that their Galarian forms, where they're Psychic Fairy, I do like what they've done with them. And I think that works more for the unicorn motif. And since they were fire, they do get like some fire moves on top of it, so there's at least something out of Rapidash that got good, or it's at least notable. Slowpoke. Slowpoke's kind of meh, to be honest. And the Galarian one isn't doing anything special. Honestly, I actually don't like the yellow on it. We're not ranking megas, so I don't need to do that. Slowbro. Slowbro's goofy. I don't hate him. I like the idea that they were going with Galarian Slowbro here, but not enough to, like, want to use him. And now we get into the point where I show my bias. Magnemite and Magneton are my favorite Pokemon. They are my absolute favorite Pokemon. So yeah, they're just going up there automatically. There was no exceptions to that. Farfetch, I like the joke. The design is kind of meh. The Galarian one, however, That's a step up. Also, I hate how small that image is. Why are some of them so... Nah, whatever. Doduo. It's kind of meh. I put Dodrio on the same point. It's like, I don't dislike them, and I think this is like Gen 1 bias. I grew up with a lot of these designs. It's like Doduo and Dodrio are kind of like, you just accept them. They're nothing interesting. They're just multi-headed birds. Seal. It's a seal. There's really nothing to write home about. Dugong, honestly, I don't like Dugong. Part of that is because it is so little, like, change from Seal to Dugong, and Seal isn't that much of a design to begin with. It's very basic, so Dugong being even more basic is kind of it's kind of pathetic. Like, you could have done a lot more with it. You could do a lot more with it. Honestly, it needs, like, an alternate form at some point. They'll probably never do it, though. Dugong's not anyone's pick for a reason. Grimer is kind of meh. Muck is kind of meh. At least the regular ones are. I don't mind Alola Muck, like, I like it. Grimer. But Alola Muck? My boy got a real glow up there. He is a huge improvement over the Gen 1 version. Like, the rainbow coloring of the sludge is so much better. He benefits so much from the dark typing. Like, it is a real glow up from regular Grimer and Muck. And part of that is, you know, again, Gen 1 had a limited color palette. So that's why they can do that with Alola and Muck. And I'm pretty sure that's the reason why he was picked. It's like, we could do something interesting with that design really easily that we couldn't do before. Shelter and Cloyster. Shelter is kind of meh. Cloyster has always been that weird, like, is it meant to be a Gengar? I mean, a Ghastly? Like, what's going on? That was always my opinion. I don't particularly like Cloyster. Like, I respect it as a Pokemon, but design-wise, no, actually, thinking about it, I'm changing my mind already. I like it. But it's like, it always got me like, is it like some sort of like Ghastly? I don't know. I'm flip-flopping already. Let's keep going. Ghastly, Haunter, Gengar. I think for a ghost type, like, Ghastly is very, like, basic. Haunter is a good design. It's like, I will give it that. Considering the limitations, it's a good design. Gengar? This one hurts. I like Gengar. But I feel like a lot of people like Gengar. Gengar gets a lot of love over the years. But Gengar is kind of the poster boy of bad ghost type. So I really can't put it higher than like. Particularly since Gengar now lost Levitate for... What does he have now? I swear Gengar's got Shadow Tag now or something stupid. He's got Cursed Body. Mega has Shadow Tag. And the reason they did that was, oh, he doesn't have his weakness to poison type. What's the point of him being a poison type? Oh, we'll just give him Cursed Body. Cursed Body is a horrible ability. All it does is remove the opponent's ability if they hit you or you hit them with a contact move. It's a stupid ability. And there are Pokemon that want to get their abilities removed. It's a waste of an ability. Like, sure, Levitate wasn't doing Gengar much, but it was protecting it from its ground weakness. And honestly, who the hell cares about Shadow Tag? Shadow Tag doesn't even work on Ghost-type Pokemon, so it's not actually helping it. Onix. Ah! Why? Ow! There was no need for that. Ow. If you feel differently on it, say something, Holly, instead of throwing nuts in my face. Ugh. Okay, the Rock Snake, Onix. Honestly, it's less than mediocre design and it is a horrible Pokemon. Drowsy. I don't know, Drowsy's like that little creepy. And it's supposed to be based on a Tapir, which they redid a Tapir Pokemon later on. So it's like, I don't know if I hate or even like feel that strongly negative about Drowsy to like put it into dislike. Hypno. Haha, Hallie. Hypno, on the other hand, is a different beast entirely. Hypno, the mother, is a child predator. You know how on the Pokedex entry, how it says about kidnapping kids? It does that in Fire Red and Leaf Green. It straight up kidnaps a child. It's actually a side quest. This Pokemon is creepy, a predator, and I kind of like how dark it is, but at the same time it's like, no. No. I like dark and disturbing things, okay? Hypno has kind of just lived in the shadow of Alakazam for forever. Mostly because, like, Hypno is not available that much earlier than Alakazam is, and it has worse stats and relies heavily on its Dream Eater, which I'm pretty sure Alakazam could learn anyway, but, like, Dream Eater is a terrible move. You need to guarantee putting the opponent to sleep, and even then, it's like, recover? Yeah. It's kind of hard to, like, put Hypno higher because it's an inferior Alakazam, but it also has, like, so much more interesting elements to it. But yeah. I think it's also bulkier. Krabby. It's a crab. There's nothing special about it. Kingler. It's a bigger crab. Sure, like, Crab Hammer is an interesting move and all, but Kingler didn't get good until Gen 4. And even then, it was outclassed. Kind of a shame. Voltorb and Electrode, I've kind of felt meh on the whole time. They're not bad Pokemon, but design-wise, they're so basic. But then we got the Hisui versions. And honestly, Hisuian Electrode has grown on me a lot while doing Pokemon Legends. I actually like it. It's a decent electric type, and its grass typing doesn't hurt it as much as I thought it might. Like, sure, it gives it, like, a weakness to fire and poison and such, but it's still got, like, the solid Electrode stats that, honestly, you can play around them. I wouldn't say it's a favorite per se. It is still an Electrode, but it's definitely more interesting than the base one. Execute Executor. Oh boy. Execute is kind of just this meh one for me. I always found the idea of hatching an Execute funny. It's like you have a bunch of eggs hatching out of an egg. Yes, they're meant to be seeds, but everything refers to them as eggs. And then you got Executor, which, honestly, like, base Executor, not a bad design, not much to write home about, and a decent Pokemon for Gen 1. Then you have the Alolan Executor, which is like, you gotta give praise to its meme status. The minute we saw Alolan Executor, everyone was memeing on this boy. And to be fair, it was good. Cubone and Marowak. I like Cubone. I like Marowak. The problem, they're pure ground in Gen 1. Pure ground type wasn't doing anything special. Cubone is hard to come by, since I think it's like a rare appearance in Lavender Tower, and that's it. And Marowak you don't see until the end of the game. So it's like it's not an easy Pokemon to find. A lot of people will miss it. And it has had a sporadic appearance throughout the series. But then you have Alola Marowak, which, honestly, I think does everything Marowak does, but slightly better. It is Fire Ghost type, which, honestly, there is a better Fire Ghost type than Alola Marowak, but it is doing its own thing, and it is good at it. So I will say, like, it's a better version of Marowak, but they're kind of like that. Yeah. I'm going to be honest, fighting is not my favorite type, so yeah, I don't like Hitmonlee, and I don't like Hitmonchan. In fact, actually, Hitmonlee, like, really disturbs me. Like, this is not something that you see now a lot, but its legs are like springs. They're supposed to be able to stretch out even further. I think it's like a trait that's disappeared over the years, but that is supposed to be a thing. And while Hitmonlee had, like, access to, like, a few interesting moves, I don't like it. Similarly, I don't like Lickitung. It's disturbing. Yeah, no, hate is fine. I really don't like it. I really, really don't like it. Coughing's kind of meh for me. Like, the design has grown on me over the years. I didn't used to like it that much, but Coughing and Wheezing are kind of just that sort of meh thing. But then you get a Galarian Wheezing, and it's like, that's a lot more interesting. I did use it on my Pokemon Shield team. Spoilers for those who haven't seen the playthrough, which was a long time ago, and I haven't put that far out yet. I did enjoy using it. It is a fun Pokemon. Its Poison Fairy typing is interesting. But I don't know if I'd ever use one again, like going out of my way to use one. God, we're still going through Gen 1. We've been going for an hour. I'm not looking forward to this because that says that it's going to take me 9 hours unless I get really fast. Okay. Rhyhorn. It's meh. Rhydon. I kind of like Rhydon. It's nothing to write home about, though. It's another, like, rock ground type. It's kind of mediocre. Chansey again is meh. I'm not about the cute, pink and cuddly, as you may have noticed. Tangela. Tangela is the worst grass type of Gen 1. But I don't hate it. I can't put it in like and in good faith because it's Tangela, but I will talk more about Tangela later. Kangaskhan. Honestly, I like it. I like a lot of like the kaiju sort of Pokemon, which Kangaskhan does give those vibes, but it's a kangaroo. Yeah, that's all the reasoning I need. Okay, Horsey, yeah, it's kind of meh. Seadra. Honestly, I feel like Seadra is such a letdown of a design that they could have done so much more with. And now that it's a middle stage, that kind of saves it a bit. If it was, like, just in consideration to Gen 1, no. Seadra would be, like, a dislike. Because it's such little change between the two. It's kind of a Krabby Kingler sort of thing, but, you know, Kingler's Kingler. But yeah, that's kind of my feeling on it. Goldeen and Seeking, oh god. I don't like Goldeen because it's very, like, it's kind of a mad design, but Seeking I have a personal vendetta with because of its Oko one-hit move. Caused me so much trouble in, I think it was Diamond? There was just a trainer that had one that would just go for the Oko move, and because my Pokemon were slow, it got to hit first, and it got really lucky with its coin flips because I feel like it used a, it used some sort of accuracy spec or some sort of modifier, so it was basically just getting like free KOs on me. It was a pain in the neck. I don't like Seeking, thanks to that. That and it's a pathetic design, to be honest. Like, seriously, it's just a fish. There are so many Pokemon that are like that, that Seeking isn't even that special nowadays. Starmie. It's kind of meh. Staryu. Okay, you've got to give props to it. Staryu is a defining Pokemon in the meta of RBY. And honestly, I don't mind the design. I'd be willing to put it in like just because of those things, but it's not a Pokemon I'm going out of my way to use anytime soon. Mr. Mime. No. I'm not afraid of clowns or anything, but Everything about that freaking thing is just, you know? And then I just hate the Galarian Mime line. I really do not like them. Cypher! Cypher I like. There was nothing more to add. Jinx? Oh god. Jinx is creepy. We all know the history of the Pokemon. There's nothing more to add. It's just creepy. Electabuzz I like, though there isn't really anything special going on with him. Magma's grown on me on the years, and I kind of like it more. But I won't say much on its other stages, because they're not... We're still focusing on Gen 1, but yeah. Magma I like. Though, as I said, like, it's a design that's grown on me over the years. You can go over there. Pinsir. I kind of like Pinsir. It's definitely a Pokemon that's like, it could have done with being part fighting, and then we got Heracross, which is a shame. It's like Pinsir wants to have access to a second type. Like, it wants to be either flying or fighting. It can't make up its mind which it gets, and so it goes without either. Actually, is Mega Pinsir part flying? I think I spelled that wrong. Yeah, I did. It is part flying. Yeah. But you can see what I mean. It's like it wants its second type, but didn't get one. And honestly, it's not bad without it. Like, what's its abilities? It's got Hyper Cutter or Mold Breaker. And hidden ability is Moxie, which not bad. So, Hyper Cutter, I believe, it prevents its attack from being lowered. Yeah. And Mold Breaker means it ignores the opponent's ability. So basically, it's like, if the opponent has Sturdy, Mold Breaker ignores that, and they can just get knocked out from one-hit KOs. Moxie, if I remember correctly, you get an attack boost if you knock a Pokemon out. Aerialate, which is what the Mega gets, is basically all normal type moves become flying type moves, which improves like Mega Pinsir's array of moves that it can use, since it has like access to more flying moves that way. But honestly, it's kind of a meh ability. So it's like, Pinsir could be so much greater. Heck, if it got an evolution, it could be like really great. Like, give it fighting type and Aerialite, or give it flying type and like a fighting equivalent of Aerialite, or something similar to like Metal Deluge, not Metal Deluge, I'm trying to think. There is an ability that a Gen 7 Pokemon has. I think it might be Steelworks. It's like, it's a Grass Ghost Pokemon, but it gets stabbed for Steel-type moves thanks to its ability. It's like, Pinsir could really do with that sort of build, I feel. Tauros. Tauros is kind of meh, in my honest opinion. It's just a bull. And as for, like, the... You know, I don't actually know what Scarlet and Violet's form name is, but I don't like them. Like, I get it. They're like alterations on it, but I don't particularly like it. I feel like it's like a real cop-out design, to be honest. Magikarp. It's an iconic Pokemon, but it's kind of that middle-of-the-road design. It's a fish. Gyarados, on the other hand, Gyarados I like. I've never used... Actually... Huh. I've never used the Gyarados before. I guess part of the problem is Magikarp. It's kind of the real holdback on it. Lapras. Lapras is a Pokemon that you either like and use, or you don't. Because I think other than Gyarados, most people would end up using a Lapras as their water type in Gen 1. Because other than that, it's like fishing up a Pokemon. Because there aren't a lot of like early water types you can get. Because like other than Squirtle, you've got Magikarp and Gyarados, which you can buy for like 500 Pokédollars. And then you got the guaranteed Lapras and Silphco. Other than that, you need to go out of your way to get a fishing rod or wait until you get Surf. I don't even think Poliwag's that easy to get. I think it's in a relatively secluded area. So Lapras is like a big Pokemon in the series thanks to that. But I don't really feel like strongly either way on Lapras, to be honest. I like the design, but I think that's just it. Ditto is meh. It's basically, you want any other Pokemon? Here, you can have any Pokemon you want, just at a cost. It's really meh. Like, it's a gimmick mon, let's be honest. Most gimmick mon aren't winning any awards. Okay. Eevee. Eevee's kind of a Pokemon that I feel neutral about. It's infinite potential, and if I had to choose between Pikachu and Eevee, I'm going to pick Eevee 100% of the time. But beyond that, it's kind of just meh for me. And then we need to go through Jolteon, Flareon, and Vaporeon. I don't feel that strongly towards Vaporeon. I know the meme. Jolteon is... I don't like Jolteon's design. I feel like they could have done more with it. And then Flareon, it's like, I like the design, but Flareon is like garbage tier to use sometimes, so it's kind of in the middle of the pack for me. I'm sorry, Eevee, that's just how I feel about your Gen 1 self. Porygon I like. Interesting fact, Porygon is one of the few Pokemon that you can get to its final evolution without ever leveling up. Which means it is possible to have a Porygon Z at level 1. And that's just because it has a double trait evolution. It's the only 3-stage Pokemon you can do that with. At least at current, anyway. Omanyte, Omastar. I used to like these Pokemon a lot more, and I feel more meh to them now. This is kind of the thing for Gen 1. It's like, you either feel strongly about them because you really like them, or you kind of feel neutral to them. I feel it's been the age of time and nostalgia. And like, I get the whole thing with Omanyte and its status in the community and everything, but I honestly feel impartial to them. Kabuto, again, I feel impartial to. Kabutops I like. The problem is that it's not a great mon in terms of, like, combat. Like, if I remember correctly, its move pool is kind of shallow and it doesn't have a lot of like really great moves from what I recall. Aerodactyl. Respect to the boy. He is a solid mon. He is definitely something that you don't want to underestimate, but I have never actually used one. There are reasons for that. It's available so late. Snorlax. I don't hate it, but I don't particularly like Snorlax all that much. Respect to the boy, though. He is an impressive mon in his own right. But yeah, I kind of feel impartial to Snorlax these days. I'm gonna be honest, I don't particularly like legendary Pokemon. So, yeah. Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres, I don't particularly like them. And then when it comes to, like, their new forms, it's like, Zapdos is the only one I feel like the least offended by. I don't like the other two. Like, I know, like, my whole thing is like, oh, it's edgy as hell, but I feel like it's... Galarian Moltres has gone too far into that edgy territory. And it's come back around to being, like, too edgy for its own good. And then we get to the dragons. Dratini and Dragonite I kind of feel meh on. I like Dragonair. I feel like Dragonair's design is sleek and good, and it's a shame it turns into Dragonite. Also, fun fact, if you go to the Pokedex entries, Dragonair is registered as taller than Dragonite. This is not an error. This is because all Serpentine Pokemon, so Dratini, Dragonair, Gyarados, Seviper, Arbok, all of them are measured from head to tail. So they're measured differently, so they are all actually longer than normal. So there's a fun little fact for you. Dragonair is taller than Dragonite. Solely because of how Serpentine Pokemon are measured. Mewtwo. Let's be honest, Mewtwo is iconic. And I don't hate the design as much as some legendaries, but again, I don't particularly like legendary Pokemon because I don't like to use them. I feel they're overpowered. And just, like, win more sort of mons. And I hate being forced to catch certain Pokemon, so yeah. Like, to be fair, Gen 1 and Gen 2 weren't as offensive with it. But Gen 3 onwards, it's like, you gotta catch them all. You gotta go catch the legendaries. You have to go catch them. So annoying. You can tell I have a real love-hate relationship with the game, with the franchise. Mew. I don't like it, I don't hate it. So there we go, that's Gen 1. Just Gen 1. So you note that I feel very neutral to Gen 1 as a whole, and there are very few that I actually hate. So we're going to clear the board so that we can start Gen 2. just so that it's easier to like visually see everything, because damn, there are a lot of Pokemon. Pikachu was the only one that I put in the worst. I feel very strongly about Pikachu, okay? Okay, time for Gen 2. First up, Chikorita. Wait, what's Chikorita's middle form called again? Bayleaf. Brain wasn't working. Chikorita, Bayleaf, and Meganium. I'm going to be honest. I feel neutral to Chikorita. I feel neutral to Bayleaf, and I don't like Meganium's design. Neutral grass really doesn't do the line any favors, and Meganium as a whole is built as a support Pokemon, which is terrible because, well, let's face it, Pokemon is a 1v1 fight most of the time, so if you're a support Pokemon, you're basically useless. Cyndaquil, again, I feel indifferent with. Quilava has that mid... Actually, no. Cyndaquil I like. It's cute. But Quilava has that, like, mid-stage-itis again. And then you have Typhlosion. I don't hate Typhlosion, but I don't feel, like, very strongly with it. It's kind of... It kind of feels like it's not doing much of its own thing, and a lot of the problem with Typhlosion up until now was it didn't have its fire jet, so it looked even more bland. I know there were people who main Typhlosion, and it's like their favorite. And I've been complaining about that for years. It's great that it finally got its flames back. With Suian Typhlosion, on the other hand, it's like, I don't know if I'd say that I love it. It is a ghost type, which is a plus. But I feel like they could have done more with the design. It's very safe. And then, of course, going to notice a pattern on my boy, Totodile. The middle stage, I don't even... Croconaw. Croconaw I feel indifferent on, and then Feraligatr is a personal pick of mine. Fun fact, Feraligatr is at the... Actually at the, blah, 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 blah. Feraligatr, its name is at the character limit, and so it's often been said that it had its name shortened. I think it's in actually in the trivia for Feraligatr. I've spelt it wrong. That's it. Can I not spell? God damn it. You know what? We're going to do water. We're going to do water type. And we'll get to it that way. Pure water type, so it should be close to the top. There we are, Feraligatr. God, a third. That's why I wasn't getting it. So if we go right down to the bottom, trivia. Name origins. Feraligatr may be a combination of feral, ferocious, and alligator. The shortening of gator to gator may be a result of the 10-character limit on the English Pokemon names in Generation 2. And it has kept that since... So it's like this strange artifacting of the name where it doesn't have an O or anything between the T and the R. because of the character limit. It's so odd. But yeah, I like the boy. Centret. It's just a ferret. I feel impartial to it. Ferret, I know it has meme status, but again, I feel impartial. So I probably should give this story now. My first shiny that I can remember, because I don't believe I found one beforehand, was a ferret. I then promptly knocked it out because I didn't care. It is such a subtle change, like so many shinies. Like it's a slightly tone lighter, and I just didn't care. I knocked it out in spite. Hoothoot, I kind of feel impartial to. Noctowl, there's a story behind. So, I use a Noctowl in Heart Gold and Soul Silver for a while, and it was fine. I then transferred it across to Diamond to use for a little bit, and got jump scared by the damn thing because Noctowl's back sprite, when it jumps in, has an animation where it swings its neck back all the way and stares back at you, and I was like, wah! Was not expecting that. I got occasionally jumped after that a couple of times. It's not a bad Pokemon, but it's like, it's not much to write home about. It's great counter to ghost types. That's about it. Well, there are probably better ones. Ladian and Ladybar. No, actually, Ladian, I don't feel like strongly negative to. I think it's like a real throwaway Pokemon. What Ladybar, like Lady, I'm getting the names mixed up. The evolution, it being bug flying, is one of its biggest weaknesses. It wants to be part fighting. It wants to be part fighting so bad, and yet it isn't. Like, it learns Comet Punch, Mock Punch, Dizzy Punch, if I remember correctly. Like, it learns a bunch of punches. I don't even think it gets Iron Fist at all. Hang on. It shouldn't take me long
Nut.
Ow!
Nut.
Why?
Nut. Nut.
So it's Lady Bar and then Lady In. Fair enough. Hey, Dundee. So Lady In has Swarm, Early Bird, and it's part flying. It gets Iron Fist as its hidden ability, which is nice, because that's what it wants. It wants a perk of punching moves. But it's a hidden ability, which aren't easy to get. You have to go through a lot of work. But, like, look at its move pool. It's like you got Muck Punch. I swear it got more punch moves than that. Oh, it's in its TMs. There you go. Focus Punch, Brick Break, Focus Blast, Dizzy Punch. Like, I thought it learned Comet Punch somewhere, but I didn't see it. Dang it, that's... Oh, you can't order them by moves? Why the hell? That's annoying. Yeah, it doesn't learn Comet Punch. That's weird. I swear it did. Is it a breed? No. But it learns Counter. But it's like, yeah, it's another Pokemon that's like, it would much rather be bug fighting than bug flying, honestly. I feel like that's the biggest letdown to Ladian. It might have learned it in a later generation, because that was Gen 9's move list. And it gets really confusing when you like jump between different generations, but it's like, yeah, Iron Fist, cool. Fighting type would have been better, because like bug flying isn't really anything special. Could have been. The Comet Punch is a normal type move, actually, now that I think about it. Let's look at Gen 2, because we can quickly do that. Because I remember Comet Punch being a normal... There it is. Wow, we didn't learn any bug moves by level up in Gen 2. It didn't learn any bug moves at all. That's sad. Oh, God. Bug always had it bad. But yeah, I really do think it would have been better off if it was fighting. But they wanted to make Heracross special. Spinrock, I don't mind. Ariados, I like. But... check out my bug, it can't bug. I mean, to be fair, that was a lot of bug types. Like, most of Gen 1. Only... I think there were only like 4 bug moves, if I remember correctly, in Gen 1 from what I've read and watched and stuff. And the only Pokemon that actually learned like the decent bug moves was Beedrill. So yeah. I like Ariados, but Ariados isn't that usable. Here we go, the boy Crobat. I was talking about him earlier. I really do like Crobat. Fun fact, Crobat and... Where is it? There we go. Blissey. No, Tangela is the first. Tangela is pure grass, not part poison. So, Crobat and Blissey are interesting because they're the only 2 Pokemon that you can catch in Fire Red and Leaf Green and level up normally that will cancel their evolutions. So, I need to rephrase that. If you have a Golbat or a Chansey and try to evolve it before you get the National Dex, it'll automatically cancel its evolution. It'll cancel it itself. They're the only 2 Pokemon that do that. That will try to evolve and then cancel it. There is no other Pokemon in the franchise that ever do this. Like, sure, there are, like, Cypher to Scizor and Onyx to Steelix, but I'm pretty sure because of it being Metal Coat, the game actively prevents it from happening to prevent the consumption of the item, because when you trade a Pokemon, it technically consumes the item when it attempts to evolve, and cancelling it will remove the item. So I think there's a special line of code to fix that. But yes, Tangela is pure grass. It is the only pure grass type in Gen 1. But yeah, another fun fact. Golbat and Chansey are the only 2 Pokemon to actively cancel their evolutions in the series. This, of course, happening in Fire Red and Leaf Green.
Nah.
God damn it, it was the golden one too. Oh. Chinchou, I kind of feel indifferent on. Similarly to Lantern, they're not that inspiring, but I don't hate them. But they are water electric, which is a unique type for now. I'm going to be honest, I don't like the babies. And Togetic's design just weirds me out. Though interesting, like Execute, you have a Pokemon in an eggshell hatching from an egg. So it's inside its egg and then hatches with a shell on it inside. Oh yeah, I talked about my first shiny earlier. I knocked it out in spite. Natu and Xatu. Natu is kind of inoffensive. No, I don't particularly like Togepi's design, and it's kind of a nothing Pokemon, and it's really annoying to level up the babies because you need to use happiness, which means you need to have them in the party, and happiness evolutions are a pain in the neck. Metro. God. Like, it is a fun Pokemon to use, like Togetic, but honestly, like, I think the only part of the Togepi line that's saving grace is Togekiss. And even then, like, it got the fairy type later, so it's like fairy flying, which kind of gets rid of, like, its usefulness as a ghost counter. And to be honest, Togekiss isn't that great of a design either, but we'll get to that. So Natu, as I did put it in there, is kind of a matte design. Xatu, I kind of like the design. The problem is Xatu is, well, psychic flying. It's nothing special. It lives in the shadow of Alakazam again. Oh yeah, Crobat and Umbreon. I'm terrible, I know most of the Pokemon names. I say most because I am bound to forget one. And I don't want to set myself up for that. Okay, Mareep I like. I'm not a big fan of the mid-stage, Fluffy. And then we've got Ampharos. Here's the thing, I've used Ampharos before, and I'm kind of mixed on it. I don't hate it, far from it, but it's kind of mediocre. I love the Mega design though, and getting the dragon type is just beautiful. The problem is it's a Mega. Honestly, if we got the Mega as the replacement for regular Ampharos, I'd be happy. Dragon Sheep. The problem is it's a Mega. If it was the base form, we didn't have to worry about Mega Evolution and all that stuff. It had the regular stats, just got its Dragon typing and access to a few Dragon moves. Like, it would be a love, possibly a favorite. But, you know, we've got regular Ampharos. I like it. But it could be so much better. Blossom, our first split evolution other than Eevee. It's kind of meh for me. I don't really care much for the Holo design, but it's incredibly small, funnily enough, considering that I think it's smaller than Oddish. It's a nice idea, but it's a real, like, 360 from the direction that the Oddish line was going. Marill I feel neutral on. Azurill has kind of grown over me on the years. I feel like Megas were a terrible idea in and of themselves. Like, on one hand, there are a few Pokemon that really didn't need it. It's like a win more button. And others, it's like, it would have been so much better if this was just a straight up evolution rather than a Mega. And some of them would have been like great alternate forms, like what we see later with Alola and Galarian, Hisuian, and whatever Violet Scarlet is. Paldean? I forget. But it's like, yeah, Megas were a gimmick that really didn't age well. It was broken, which is why Megas aren't available in the games anymore. Honestly, I feel like that is one of Pokemon's biggest problems, is it keeps trying to reinvent gimmicks to try and, like, make weaker Pokemon more viable in the modern meta, and it just can't work it out. Megas, the problem was you needed to create unique forms and stats for everyone. For Z Crystals, it was like a super move for every Pokemon, but you only got one, and it was kind of the problem. Just you had a one-hit KO up your sleeve for the whole game. And both of them tried to play the penalty of, you have to give up your item slot for it. Not really the best idea, and Megas and Z Crystals ran into the same problem of, you had to sacrifice the item slot, but you could only use one. Yeah, regional variants are good. And then we got Dynamax and that. I proved in my Shield run that it's just extra health. It really doesn't make a huge difference Dynamaxing, Gigantamaxing, or whatever the hell the other variant is. Some of the Pokemon look really cool, and it's a really good design. Yeah, but it's like, in terms of like normal gameplay, it's pointless. In terms of the metagame, it's like, But then the metagame is like, it's unfun at times. Sudowoodo, it's a thing. It's very inoffensive. Politoed. Again, I think it's a better evolution for Poliwhirl than Poliwrath is. You could have done more with it, like adding the crown in, since it does use the King's Rock. I think that would have been cute, just to have a little crown on it. But, whatever. It's a reference to how Poliwrath's beta sprite used to be. Skiploom, Hoppip, Skiploom, Jumpluff. Really inoffensive grass flying types. I don't feel strongly either way about them, to be honest. That's why they're kind of the neutral thing. Ambipom is a little shit. I don't like Ambipom for mostly the constant antics of them from Legends are still fresh in my mind. There are really annoying Pokemon in there just because they keep running at you and they're everywhere. But beyond that, it's pretty much a non-offensive Pokemon. I probably wouldn't feel as negatively towards it if it wasn't for the fact that Legends, they were like Zubat. But yeah. Sunkern. One of the most useless Pokemon I've ever had the displeasure of facing. And Sunflora is alongside it. They're just so bad. And their design is kind of meh. Like, you could have done so much more with a sunflower design. And yet you went with the cop-out. It's sad. Oh, God. We're only in Gen 2 and it's been 2 hours. This is going to take forever. Yamma, it's a bug. It's not that interesting. I'm not going to, like, harp on bad designs too much, because Gen 2 still had various, like, limitations as to what they could do, since they were still running on, like, Game Boy hardware. Wooper and Quagsire, you can't not like Wooper. The thing's adorable, and Quagsire is such a derp. I wouldn't go out of my way to use them in any particular means, but I like them. I really do. Espeon I feel neutral on. Umbreon, on the other hand, is like, I like the design, but Umbreon isn't great. And part of that, I think, is, if I remember correctly, it's stat block. It's more of a bulky... Oh god, my capture's dying. Hang on, I'm gonna check what's going on. No, it's... I don't know why it's so delayed. That's so weird. Also, hey, Hero. Something in the background is...
Nut.
Ow! Something in the background must be going on. Hang on, I'm gonna...
Listen. Hey, listen. Listen. Listen.
Ow! I was trying to fix it. I think I fixed it. It fixed. I just turned it on and off again. You know, like all IT problems. Yeah. Actually, Hero, have you seen the full thing? Yeah. This is what I got. I've been working... I had this, like, plan in all the works for a while. It's good to finally actually have it all set up and moving. Been using it for a little while now. I mean, this was what was happening with the auto thumbnails. I feel like just curse myself that this will happen. I don't even know why. Oh no, that's fine. That's what most people do, and honestly, I totally understand. I don't mind people lurking. But we're talking about Umbreon. Yeah, Umbreon is mostly like defensive stats, so yeah, it's not bad. I feel like its special was better than its physical. Yeah. Winter holidays can be, like, real hard on people. No, I'm saying that the physical special split that happened screwed it over. Oh no, its physical is slightly better than special. But yeah, it's bulky. Wow, it doesn't actually have a lot of dark moves. That's interesting. Well, most of them don't. They mostly learn them through their... Yeah, because there's Dark Pulse and Crunch. So, yeah, Umbreon's more of a defensive Pokemon than offensive. Uh, yeah, I feel like Gengar's been screwed over when it got its ability change. That's fine, Dundee. Like, I like Gengar, but I definitely feel like it's been screwed over ever since it lost Levitate. And it might be, like, a little too liked. That's kind of, like, slowly begun to, like, erode its uniqueness. That's opinion. Murkrow. Honestly, I don't mind Murkrow's design. I kind of like it, but I would never use a Murkrow or Honchkrow personally. They're kind of just mediocre. Slowking. I always found Slowking kind of weird. Not gonna lie. And then you got Galarian Slowking, which I think is Psychic Poison, and Slowbro is Poison Water? Or something? I'm probably misremembering. They're probably both Psychic Poison, but yeah. Galarian Slowking is also, like, on that weird spectrum for me. Like, I don't get why they had the poison typing when it's implied that they catch Shelter. I don't know. Misdreavus. Honestly, Misdreavus itself is mid-tier for me. I know that a lot of people would feel, like, bad about that, but it's kind of a nothing Pokemon on its own. The fact that it now evolves is a great improvement, but that's about it. Then we have Unknown. And they're a gimmick. They're just straight up gimmick Pokemon. I'm not gonna, like, go into it too much. They're kind of complicated, kind of unnecessary, and they've stuck around, but, like, let's be honest, no one goes out of their way to do anything with Unknown. Yes, you can spell words with them. But that's kind of it. That's why I said they're like gimmick. So, I don't really like them because, well, let's put it this way. If you're wanting to do a living dex, Unknown are a pain in the ass. If you're wanting to do the Unknown dex, just complete that. You need to catch all 26/28 forms. No, wait, there are 24 letters in the alphabet, so it's 24 and then 26 because they added 2 more. And then there's always the potential of them adding more, but the more confusing thing is that they're based on the English alphabet. Why? Why? Yeah, they leave so many questions. I feel like it was someone's idea, and it was just, I don't know. I feel like they should just leave them in the past, but they can't. Wobbuffet. I'm going to be honest, I hate Wobbuffet. I don't hate its design. I think that the lipstick on the female one is hilarious. But facing Wobbuffet or trying to use it is a nightmare. Because it had Shadow Tag, which means you can't switch out. It has Destiny Bond, it has Safeguard, it has Mirror Coat, and it has Counter. It's a punching bag that hits back. That's it. It is a gimmick. It is annoying because if you end up facing one, you have to beat it. You can't just run away. And it's basically a gamble as to what ability or what move it uses and whether you can hit it properly or not. They're just annoying. Girafarig. Honestly, like, I kind of feel impartial to Girafarig. Its design is cool. But for Rigoroth, I think that's what it's called. Its evolution. I like that more. It's funny. But yeah, Girafarig I feel neutral to. Pinecone. Oh, this guy. For the longest time, I thought it was a grass type. It's a bug type. So you got Pineco and you got Fortress. I feel neutral to them. Like, despite the fact that Fortress is Steel Bug, which is an interesting type, and it's a defensive Pokemon, which I often tend to pick, I've never used Fortress before, and have no strong compulsion to use one now. I kind of just feel meh towards it, and almost feel obligated to like it because it's Steel, rather in spite of it being Steel and liking it. So I'm just going to put it in the neutral. Dunsparce. Dunsparce is nothing special. It was kind of just this random Pokemon that is much bigger and stronger than one would think, considering how early in the game it is. But at the same time, it's like, it's always wanted another evolution. Or an evolution. And now that it's gotten one, in the Dunsparce, or Dunsparce, or is it Dunsparce? I don't remember. Anyway, it's silly. But yeah, I feel neutral towards Dunsparce itself. Gligar! How do I put it with Gligar? It's not bad. Ground flying is an interesting combination. I've never used it. But Gligar is annoying to face. I feel like I should put it in neutral. Here's the thing. Gligar is immune to electric thanks to its ground typing. But thanks to its flying type, it's immune to ground. So it has 2 immunities. It has I think it's a ×4 weakness to ice. But it has access to rock moves. It's also, like, weak to rock? I forget. Gligar is one of those Pokemon that have, like, a really unique type. So I forget the type interactions exactly, but it's a pain in the neck to fight. But it's not that strong as he is. But we will get to Gliscor later. Steelix. It's a giant steel snake as opposed to a giant rock snake. And it keeps its rock typing, so it's like, Actually, I feel more neutral than negative to it, to be honest. It's kind of Snubble, I hate. I always disliked its design. It's like, it's meant to be a cute bulldog. But I don't like it. And Granbull kind of sits in the same spot for me. It's less designed than Snubble is. And you'd almost, at a guess, look at them and like, are they even related? Quillfish. Quillfish was a big pain in the neck to try and catch. And then it's such a nothing mon. I do like what they've done more with Hisuian Quillfish, but not enough to like it, just appreciate it more. Here comes the boy. It's Scizor. I said I liked Cypher. I like Scizor. But here's the interesting thing. The two are equal in stats. They just have them changed around slightly. So neither one is better than the other. Cypher is as good as Scizor. It really comes down to their type and the fact that Scizor has access to moves that Cypher doesn't. That and Steel Bug is a decent combo. And unlike Fortress, Scizor uses it better. I would have said like I loved Scizor, but I've never used one. And I think part of the problem is that it's not easy to get. You need to catch a Cypher, which is not easy, because it's usually rare or mid to late game. And then you need to trade to evolve it with a Metal Coat, which Metal Coats aren't easy to come by. A lot of them are like locked to the post game a lot of the time, and you need someone to trade with. So yeah, Scizor is... I feel like those problems kind of push Scizor back from being loved. It's hard to get. Shuckle. Meh. It's Shuckle. You can't hate Shuckle. You cannot. It's a goofy boy doing its own goofy thing, but I think meh is my stance on it, and I'm fine with that. Okay. Heracross. Boy, Heracross. So here's the thing, I feel weird about Heracross. I never particularly liked it. Then I appreciated that it was bug fighting. But as I realize, there are a lot of bug type that would have liked to have had access to the fighting type, but because Heracross is bug fighting, there are barely any other bug fighting type. It had, I guess what you call priority on being unique, because it was special. And so yeah, I kind of feel like Heracross is a problem, because a lot of other Pokemon suffer from it trying to be unique. It's not a bad Pokemon on its own, but I feel like Ladian would have liked to have been part fighting. Pinsir would have benefited from being part fighting. And like there are probably like a couple of other Pokemon here or there. But Heracross being, I'm the bug fighting type, I need to be special. Yeah. Probably also doesn't help that like Heracross isn't a common Pokemon to come across. And it did have a unique move in Megahorn, but it lost it over the years. So it's kind of like, it's a cool Pokemon in its own right, but it's not as, it doesn't feel special anymore. And at the same time, it feels like it's like gatekeeping other Pokemon from being bug fighting. Sneasel. Sneasel's a Pokemon that I've warmed up to over the years. Dark Ice is nothing special. Well, it is, but it's like, it's not a great type combo. And Sneasel on its own isn't that strong. Again, this is the years of power creep that Pokemon has had over the franchise, so yeah. Then you've got Hisuian Sneasel, which is like normal poison. I like. Oh, not normal poison, poison fighting. I like. But similar to like regular Sneasel, it's got a times 4 weakness to Psychic. Yeah. I like it, but it's a shame that it's like not a great type. Teddy Ursa and Ursaring. I kind of feel indifferent to Teddy. Ursaring, on the other hand, it's like, it's just a bear. There's so much more interesting things that you could do with it, but I feel like they wanted normal type. They got basic bear. But it's got like the moon motif, but it doesn't like do anything with it. Slugma and Mikago. Here's the thing. For the longest time, I thought they were Gen 3 Pokemon. I keep forgetting, though I've probably memorized it properly now. Slugma and Mikago were Gen 2 Pokemon. Just goes to show how prominent they are. Slugma is kind of a nothing design. Honestly, I feel like it could have done more. It's very bland even for Gen 2. And Mikago, I mean, it's a snail. It's not offensive or anything. It's an okay design, but it's, again, it's Fire Rock. It's not winning any awards. Oh my god, I just realized it's Fire Rock, and then that makes Hisui and Arcanine even more annoying now. Because it means that Mikago's uniqueness of being Fire Rock was lost. That's a shame. Swinub and Piloswine. So I've used Swinub now. I use that in Shield. I'm going to be honest, it's a mediocre design and a kind of mediocre Pokemon. Again, this is an Ice-type problem. Ice-type really just gets wrecked thanks to type matchup and a kind of a mediocre range of moves. Corsola. I like the idea of Corsola. The design, however, I'm kind of meh on. And Galarian it's not Galarian, it's Alolan. Alolan Corsola is kind of the same. It's bleached coral, which is like, I get it. I get the idea. But I kind of feel indifferent to it. Remoraid. It's a fish. It's meant to be like a revolver. I'm sure that's actually something that not a lot of people know. That it's meant to be like a revolver or pistol reference. That's why it's got the weird markings on it. And its little horn there is an iron sight of sorts. So it's like, people make the joke of there being a gun Pokemon. Yeah, we already have one. It's Remoraid. And then we get Octillery. So, for those who aren't familiar with the beta, Octillery used to be like a tank, which is Remoraid's evolution. So that kind of, like, makes the whole pistol thing make a little more sense. And also, Octillery is like a bastardization of the word artillery. But yeah, Octillery is like nothing special design-wise. It did have a few unique moves. But yeah, again, it's kind of a meh Pokemon overall. Nothing offensive about it, nothing noteworthy or special. Which is a shame, there are so many Pokemon like that nowadays. Delibird. It's a gimmick Pokemon with a terrible gimmick. And it's so weak that you can't even get mileage out of it. You could do so much better with Delibird, and yet it's so screwed over by its type, by its gimmick, by its stats. I don't like it just because of like how screwed over it got. which is sad, but tis what it is what it is. Mantine. It's a manta ray. That's it. I mean, when you get into Mantique's evolution, that's interesting as an idea. It's just evolve by level up with extra steps. So yeah, I won't be giving it points for that. It's just, yeah, it's kind of whatever. Skarmory. Oh boy, Skarmory. I've always felt mixed on Skarmory. It's like, I don't like the design, but I don't hate the design either. It's kind of that middle of the road sort of thing, but it's a steel type, which sounds interesting, but it's hard to catch, or it's like game, so you never really get to make much use out of it in normal gameplay. So it's like, yeah, you exist. I think that's a problem with a lot of like interesting or potentially powerful Pokemon, is they're so late into the game that you just don't get use out of them, or you end up with some esoteric evolution method which makes it like really awkward to evolve naturally through gameplay, which means that most people won't use one. Yeah, I'm letting my opinions just fly. Houndoom. Honestly, I feel like Houndoom gets done dirty by the fact that it's a dark type. The physical special split really didn't do Houndour and Houndoom any good, because they were special built and then most of the dark moves became physical. So they got kind of screwed over by that, but they also get screwed over by the fact that nearly every grunt from Gold and Silver onwards uses them if they're in the game. And Houndoom is no different. It's in the same ballpark. It's like, it's meant to be like a Cerberus or like a Demon Dong, which is interesting, but, you know, we did all the multi-head stuff in Gen 1, so let's not do that again, because people call that lazy design, even though Houndoom with 2 heads would have been alright. But yeah, it's not like it's a bad design, it's just, I don't feel particularly strongly one way or the other. Kingdra. Oh boy. So Kingdra is interesting in that, being water dragon, it's one of the few dragon type that aren't weak to ice. No, now that fairies come around, it has the fairy weakness instead. And yet I feel like it's not very dragon-like. They could have done so much more with the design. So I kind of feel neutral to it, because like, we will see some other like seahorse, sea dragon designs later in Gen 7, Alola? Yeah. That are like much more intricate and better designs than what we got with Kingdra. Oh. Yeah, Kingdra, because it's Horsey, Sea King, Kingdra. And it's like, to be honest, Kingdra isn't much different from Seeking, but I think this is more a case of early generation Pokemon didn't change too much between stages. Like, you definitely see that with the starters, but they have minimal changes. They try to not make them change too much between the different stages. They exaggerate only certain aspects. Phanpy is kind of meh. Don't like it, don't hate it. Donphan kind of sits in the same boat. It's surprisingly smaller than you'd think, but it's kind of meh. Porygon 2. Now, I noted I liked Porygon. Porygon 2 I don't like as much. I feel neutral to it. But part of that is, like, it's supposed to be the evolution of early Polygon graphics to, like, the sleek, round graphics that came afterwards, but I feel like it doesn't embody it well. Like, for anyone who knows 3D graphics design, like, the big thing after polygons was smooth and then camera lighting. That's why a common test for any lighting engine is a teapot. The fact that Porygon 2 doesn't reference, like, the teapot in any way, and it's just like, it's a dunking bird, is kind of a shame. I feel like they could have done more with the design to make it seem artificial, but that's opinion. But yeah, it's kind of meh for me. Stantler, it's a deer. I don't like it. Smeargle. Oh god. Smeargle is the bane of so many people's existence. It is such a broken Pokemon in so many ways, and so useless in others. Like, it has terrible stats, but it can learn any move, but it has terrible stats. But it can break the game by putting move combos together that nobody expected. And as a result, it's gotten certain moves nerfed or banned thanks to its absolute shenanigans. So yeah, I don't feel particularly strongly to Smeargle. Tyrogue, I don't like Tyrogue, and Hitmontop, interesting idea. Originally, it had 3 feet, I think, before it went for its 2 feet design. But yeah, I definitely don't like the spandex that it's supposed to be going for. And I feel like they could have done much more interesting stuff with a spinning top Pokemon. And it's supposed to be balance. Oh, this is probably something that some people don't know. Tyrogue's evolution is based on its stat distribution as to whether it has a higher physical, higher in one stat or another. I believe it's like, if its offensive stats are higher, it becomes Machamp. If its defensive stats are higher, it becomes Hitmonlee. And if it's balanced, you get Hitmontop, making it the hardest one of the 3 to get via evolution. I think they've changed that now, but yeah, it's complicated. Smoochum is creepy. I don't mind Elekid. It has grown on me over the years, but I don't know if I'd say I like the design. No, actually, yeah, I do, kinda. The plug head is amusing. Magby, however, is definitely neutral. It's definitely easier on the eyes than Magma is. Oh god, Miltank. Miltank disturbs me. Like, I get it. It's a cow. It has udders. It is also Whitney's ace, and one of the more annoying things to face, considering it the spams rollout and such. And then it's Taurus's counterpart. Yeah, I don't particularly like Miltank. Blissey. Blissey is like Chansey, but bulkier. I can't say that I really enjoy fighting Chansey, and I don't enjoy fighting Blissey. And I wouldn't go out of my way to use one, so I can't say that I really like Blissey. And then the dogs. Bleh. Meh. Get out of here. They are a pain to catch. For anyone who knows how they work. Roaming Pokemon. Glad that isn't a thing anymore. And then we have the Tyranitar line. How do I put this? Pupitar is cute and all, but kind of meh. Larvitar is a cocoon Pokemon, but done right, in that it's more interesting. And then you have Tyranitar. Tyranitar's a Pokemon that I want to like. It's dark, and I tend to like dark, poison, ghost, and steel types, and the occasional ice type, I guess, and a few fairies here and there. But it hasn't aged well, and there are like a fair number of problems with Tyranitar. It's slow, but I kind of want to like him, so yeah. Which leaves us with Ho-Oh, Lugia, and Celebi. So you notice I left Lugia. Lugia was a pain because Heart Gold, Soul Silver, you have to catch the damn thing. So I had to spend hours trying to... Well, you don't have to catch him, but you have to face him. I spent hours against Lugia. I don't particularly like it anymore. Yeah. Box Legendaries losing points because you have to face them. Wonder why. Wonder if that'll be a trend. So there's Gen 2. Honestly, I feel like there are less Pokemon in Gen 2, so do take that as in mind, but I was definitely harsher on it. I think that's because I don't have as much of a nostalgia for Gen 2, because, again, I grew up with the Gen 1 stuff coming out, and then I started playing in Gen 3, so most of the Gen 2 Pokemon, I didn't actually experience directly in their original game until Heart Gold and Soul Silver. And even then, like, the few that I experienced outside of that was thanks to them being available in the post-game in the Gen 3 games, or their availability in other games in the franchise. So, yeah, I guess that's kind of the reason that I'm not as positive towards them, and slightly more negative, but, well, at least you know I'm not suffering from nostalgia. You'll also notice that I don't have a lot of Pokemon that I put in, like, the love and favorite category. I'm very particular about the Pokemon I like. So, we're up to Gen 3 now. We're starting to get through it. We'll take the Megas out from the Gen 3 Pokemon. So, here's a change of pace. My pick for the Gen 1 game, well, for the Gen 3 games, was the Grass type. I like Trico. I like Growfile. I feel neutral on Sceptile. I always felt neutral on Sceptile's design, and I like Mega Sceptile more. The problem? Mega Sceptile is Dragon. That is not a bad thing, but it is a problem. because it means that it can never, ever be the alternative to Sceptile, because no starter can be Dragon type. It's a balancing thing. Dragon resists the three starting types, Grass, Water, and Fire, so if it was Dragon type, it would resist the other types, which is messed up. I like Torchic, but I feel neutral to Combuskin and Blaziken, to be honest. I know a lot of people like Torchic, but that's my feeling on it. I like Mudkip. Mudkip is a good boy. Marshtomp. Now, Marshtomp, I think, suffers from, like, middle stage itis. And then you have Swampert. I like Swampert. It's a nice design, but I felt like going with Grovyle. So, fun fact, because I don't like Sceptile, I never evolved my Grovyle during my original run of Ruby, and I instead swapped him out for a different grass type. We will talk about them later, but that means that it was the first game that I played through and beat the Elite Four and everything without using my starter. Sceptile has grown on me in the years. I hated it a bit more than what I do now, but I still think that Mega Sceptile is a better design. The only problem is, you know, it's a Mega. Mightyena is... well, Poochyena and Mightyena are kind of meh Pokemon. Actually... they're both actually annoying, so I'm really going to drop them a tier because they're not fun to use since they're so mediocre, but their Intimidate is annoying as hell to face if you're using a physical Pokemon. Zigzagoon and Lanoon I feel neutral to, at least their normal forms. I really do like the Dark type variants. I used a Galarian Lanoon in my Shield run, and I really like the boy. I know it's surprising to put them above Trico, considering Trico was my starter pick, but honestly, I feel kind of neutral. Well, not neutral, but like, I don't feel as strongly with Trico because I don't like Sceptile. Wurmple is meh. Cascoon and Silcoon, I don't like. They're a terrible gimmick. Beautifly is meh. And Dustox? Dustox I like, but he's so bad. Bug Poison is a terrible type combo, and while I like him, I wish he had like a better ability and some better stats, that it was more usable, but I can like the design. Okay, now we get to the interesting one. The split for the generations. So you either had Lotad or Seedot. And you'll typically like one or the other. So I feel neutral to Lotad, neutral to Lombe, but Ludicolo has grown on me on the years. I actually like the goofy pineapple. Seedot, I like the design and everything. I kind of feel neutral to Nuzleaf though. And then we have Shiftry. Shiftry I like, and I would probably like more if it was a slightly better Pokemon. Its grass typing is actually more of a problem to it than anything. And if I remember correctly, is Shiftry dark? Again, with the loading, Bulbapedia, what is happening at the moment? Yeah, Shiftry is dark. Early Bird, which is nothing. Pickpocket, which is not great. Chlorophyll, which is a horrible ability. What's Wind Rider? I've not seen that one before. Boost the Pokemon attack stat if Tailwind takes effect, or if this Pokemon is hit by a wind move. Pokemon also takes no damage from wind moves. Ooh. That is a Gen 9 ability. That is good. That is real nice, actually. Shiftry getting some love. It's probably not enough to, like, boost him on the thing, but he definitely needed that, because he's meant to be a Tengu, which, well, the fans are meant to produce winds and gale. That's why he learns a bunch of wind moves, like Hurricane and things. But Chlorophyll was so silly, particularly since Hurricane gets that boost to no mix. In rain, Hurricane never misses, and it's like Shiftry would like to be in the rain, but Chlorophyll is a terrible ability. Now that it has Wind Rider, it's like, why the hell not? Though I will say that means that you want to set up Tailwind yourself, because it never gets the bonus. Because if you expect it to have Wind Rider, you're not going to use a wind move on it. Actually, I wonder, this is a thing that I'm now thinking about. A lot of Pokemon will tell you if a move is effective or not in the game. It'll show, like, effectiveness. If they take account abilities into that calculator, that makes things like Flash Flyer, Wind Rider, Lightning Rod, those abilities become useless, because it's like, oh yeah, no, don't use this move because it has no effect. I get that it's to make the games easier, but I really feel like that, like, hampers a lot of moves. Well, not moves, abilities. Tailo and Swelot. They're birds. They're kind of inoffensive. I know that a lot of people would use Guts Swelot for runs, because Guts is busted. So, respect to it for that. Wingull, I kind of feel meh on. Pelipper I like. I used Pelipper during my original Ruby run, so I got a soft spot for the thing. Rounce, Curlier, and Gardevoir. Oh boy. So I like Routes. Curlier is mid-stage-itis. It's not bad, but it's like, I don't like it or hate it. And then we have Gardevoir, which, oh boy. Gardevoir is typically my psychic pick. I like the Pokemon, and before people get into it, I know that Gardevoir can be both male and female, and I don't give a damn. This is a ranking list, not a smash or pass. Don't get any ideas. What am I saying? By saying no ideas, you're going to have ideas. It's the nature of the freaking thing. Surskit's kind of inoffensive. And then we have... What the hell is your name again? I know you're the evolution. And you're... Viv... No, it's not Vivra. What the hell are you called? Hang on. I'm going to look it up. We can just jump forward. Wingull, Pelipper, Ralts, Curlier, Gardevoir, Surskit, Masquerain. So Masquerain is bug flying, which is like, why? You were a water strider before, you were water bug. You give up that typing to be bug flying. I actually hate this Pokemon. You could have done so many other things with Surskit. How we saw a bit of Water Strider in Alola. And instead we get this thing. It is such a letdown Pokemon. Shroomish. Shroomish I like. He is a silly He is a silly fungus. And Breloom was my grass Pokemon. I switched Grovyle out for Breloom. Breloom is great. Fighting grass, so he is like a glass cannon. But he's a glass cannon that can load actual cannonballs, so props to that. To be honest, I don't really care much for Slack Off. Vigoroth, I don't mind. And then Slacking, oh god. Anyone who's played Gen 3 knows how much of a bang Slacking is. Norman's Slacking is annoying. And that's why Pelipper was the MVP of that fight. I used Protect every second turn. It was a long, drawn-out fight, but I won in the end. You gotta remember, like, this is years ago. I wasn't as knowledgeable on Pokemon as I am now. But yeah, Slacking is like... He's a monster of a Pokemon if you get rid of his ability. But beyond that, he's mostly just an annoying wall. Nincada, I feel neutral to. Ninjask, I've never used. But when facing them, they're annoying. So I kind of just feel neutral to it. It's not offensive in any way. Shedinja. Shedinja is an interesting idea. A Pokemon that is 1 HP, and you can only hurt it through special attacks. The problem is, you have weather. You have entry hazards. You have poison. It's an interesting idea that, like, doesn't go anywhere. And if you play, like, Pokemon randomizers, Wonder Guard is the bane of your existence because you can end up with invincible Pokemon depending on what game you're playing. So yeah, Shedinja is a unique idea that has had ramifications in the non-traditional game, the outside the normal Pokemon, like the randomizer sphere, ever since. I don't hate it, but honestly, because its design is so meh, I don't like it. If its design was a little more interesting, like, I get that it's like a halo and angel wings, and it's supposed to be like a cicada shell when they molt. But I feel like they could have done so much more with it, like, God, I'm thinking more than Pokemon did. You could do, like, biblically accurate Ninjask. Biblically... God, hang on. I'm going to see now that I've put that idea in my head if anyone else has gone that far. No, not Ninjask, Nincada. Let's see. No, I've got it wrong. It's Shedinja. Third time's the charm, dum-dum. We've got the biblically accurate memes with the wheels. We've got one fused with Aegis Slash. Nah. Nobody did one. Which is interesting. The Fusion ones kind of lean into it with what Pokemon Fusion did, but nobody's actually, like, gone full out for the crazy, but, like, yeah, you could definitely do more with the design. I'm giving Pokemon Company ideas. What are you again? Loudred, Explode. Loudred, Explode. Loudred, Explode. It starts with L, I think. I'm stumped. I'm actually stumped. Hang on. Oh yeah, everyone knows about how you get a Shedinja. Whismur! That wasn't even close. God. God damn it. Whismur. It's not bad. It's a normal type. Loudred. I don't mind it. I tried using one once. Explode. Every time I look at this Pokemon and I'm like, you disturb me. Like, I get that it's supposed to be like pipe organs, but I feel like they could have leaned into that more instead of like this weird kaiju thing that just... it doesn't work for me. Not at all. God, we're going to go late. Makuhita. Am I getting myself confused? I feel like I'm getting myself confused. Makuhita's the pre-form, isn't it? Yeah. Makuhita's the pre-form, and what's it evolve into? I forget the name. Hariyama. Don't ask why I couldn't remember it. I'm feeling bad because I'm actually starting to mess up on Gen 3 Pokemon, and this was the generation I started with. I've never used Makuhita or Hariyama. The design on them has grown on me over the years. And it's like I like Hariyama's design, but I've never actually tried using one. Azurill. It's Baby Marill, but worse. I honestly don't like it. We could have done without it. We really, really could have done without it. Nosepass. He's a goofy boy. I like him. Supposedly his nose is meant to point north. Skitty, it's a cat. That's all there is to it. Delcatty. Delcatty's a horrible Pokemon. So Skitty is fine. But Delcatty's an evolution. And a horrible one at that, because it doesn't do anything really to make Skitty any better of a Pokemon. It's pretty weak. It doesn't have that useful of an ability, and I think it has Normalize, which turns all non-normal moves into normal moves, which is like, why? It's a terrible ability. I mean, yes, it means that every ability gets stabbed, but when everything's normal, well, So yeah, I don't like Delcatty. Sableye and Mawile. I like both of them, but here's the problem. They could have done with their megas being actual evolutions instead of being megas. And now that they are megas, they will never get an evolution, and we will never have their megas as evolutions. Because here's the thing, the megas do everything that their base forms want. But because Sableye was Ghost Dark, which had no weaknesses, and Mawile is Sableye's counterpart, neither Pokemon could evolve. Now that Ghost Dark does have a counter in Fairy, and Mawile is Steel Fairy, which has a few counters of its own, it's like, why? Why can't we have the megas now worked as evolutions? Because we can't rework them. You can see why I don't like mega evolutions as a concept. These two Pokemon got kneecapped thanks to it. And look at the lovely mega designs that they got. Like, this is the thing. There are a bunch of really good mega designs. And they could have really appreciated being able to have them, but we're not so lucky. Aron, I like. Larion, it's mid-stageitis again. Aggron, I like the boy. I think I got it wrong with Steelix, and he's Steel Ground, and Aggron is Steel Rock. I think I got that wrong earlier. It's like, Aggron is like one of those Pokemon that I'd like to try using, but Aron is rare to come by, and is only early game in, like, Hoenn. And even then, he's kind of rare to find. And he chews up experience because Aggron is, well, a powerhouse. Meditite and Medichan. I don't like these Pokemon, as I've got no interest in using them, but I don't hate the designs, so I'm just going to put them in neutral. Oh god, Manectric and... Your Manectric? Electype? I want to say that's wrong. Electrike. That's it, Electrike. Electrike is a terrible Pokemon and a mediocre design. I'm going to say it. It's bad. And then you have Manectric, which is... well, it's barely any better. It's not as bad of a design, but it's a very generic electric type, which is a shame. There are a lot of generic, underwhelming electric types, and Manectric is the poster child of that group. And part of the reason is we get Pikachu clones, as we do here, plus the Libminen. I like the idea, but that's about it. I feel kind of neutral against them, to be honest. We are slowly getting through this. Lord Almighty. Okay, so we're up to Volbeat and Illumise. Bug Electric. Wait, are they? Actually, I think I got that wrong. I've made that mistake before. They're not Bug Electric. They're bug flying, aren't they? No. Volbeat, straight up bug. And Illumise is straight up bug. They are male and female counterparts of each other, and they are terrible. They want to be electric so bad, but they're a straight bug. They are terrible, and I hate them for it. They are wastes of space. They are that bad of Pokemon. I don't typically feel negatively in such a strong way, but like, they're meant to be fireflies. They're meant to be like, you know, a couple Pokemon, and they're so mediocre at that. They are terrible types, and you expect them to be part electric at the very least, but no, not even that will save them. Illuminate and Swarm, oblivious, and they both get Prankster, which is probably their only saving grace, to be honest. But if I remember correctly, Illuminate, yeah, increases encounter rate. That's it. They ain't doing anything special. Roserade. I like Roserade. No, that's Roselia. Roserade's the evolution, which I like more. But I still like Roserade. Gulpin. You were a pretty inoffensive Pokemon. And then you have Swalot. Honestly, I feel mixed on Swalot. It's like, I kind of like the idea of him, and then I remember how much his mouth opens, and his animation, and it's like, oh, no, no. I feel like their Pokemon's attempt at like a slime or an ooze Pokemon. They do have other attempts, and it's like, they're mostly inoffensive. I probably would like them more if their design was a little different, but they're very generic. Next we've got Carvanha and Sharpedo. Carvanha is definitely like doing a lot more of its design. It is Water Dark, which is an interesting combo. Well, at least it. I think there are actually a lot more Water Dark types now, and it has rough skin, which is interesting. But I don't really like it. I don't know. I don't know why. And Sharpedo is like, I don't know. I feel like they cut him off too early. There's no tail, cut him off. You get what I mean. It does have an interesting Mega, which I think is a better design, and like gives it more tie to Carvanha with its extra use of yellow. I think if it had like some more red detailing, it might be good. But yeah, it's like, it's Pokemon's attempt at a Bullet Bill. And it didn't pan out as well. Welma. It's Welma. Wailord. We all know the meme. Well, the memes. It's like, Welma's so buoyant that it can float in the air. And it's the largest Pokemon that can... It can reproduce with some of the smallest Pokemon, like the old joke was Wailord and Skitty. I know the jokes, but it's honestly, it's kind of a meh overall. Numel. I feel indifferent. It's Fire Ground, which isn't bad, but I feel indifferent to Numel. Camerupt, on the other hand, I like, and I've tried to work around using a Camerupt before, but Numel is available like so at such a late point like you can't get him until after the fire gym in Hoenn, that it's really hard to like make an argument to use it, particularly when Slugma is available earlier. Am I misremembering that? I think I'm misremembering that. But regardless, like, I haven't used Camera Up before, but I definitely would mind giving it a shot. Torkoal. I really just feel indifferent to Torkoal. He's a pain in the neck when used by Flannery, but other than that, Torkoal doesn't appear that much. Kind of a shame. I mean, that's what happens when you're a one-stage Mon. Spoink? If it wasn't for Spoink's Pokedex entry, I probably wouldn't leave it at neutral. I'd probably say, like, it was a terrible design, but the entry of it must keep bouncing or its heart will stop is that morbid sort of flavor that I just... I like. And then you have Grumpig, which is just like... You barely look like you're related. One of the few instances where a Pokemon changes so much that it barely resembles its prior form. Spinder! I do not like Spinder. It is annoying because it normally has like Confusion, Confuse Ray, Dizzy Punch. It's a normal type, so it's bulkier than you expect it to be. But also, like, its spot pattern is a pain in the neck because, well, how it's calculated and everything. But then also it's like, you want to collect all the different patterns of Spinder? Do ya? Because it's a proper full-form dex, a full-form living dex, unless you have all of them. And then you have, well, the fact that Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, Spinder is so broken that you can't even transfer it into Pokemon Home. So yeah, I can't say that I can particularly think of any reason to like the Pokemon, other than the fact that it's problematic. Trapinch. Trapinch is a goofy little guy, and I like him. Vibrava, I feel like neutral to. It's, again, middle stage-itis. And then Flygon. You had so much potential. Dragon Ground. You had so much potential. And then Garchomp came along and, well, the rest is history. Poor Flygon. Cacnea and Cacturn. I kind of go back and forth. It's like, I like them, but I've never been willing enough to use them. And it's like, you think they're grass type, but they're not. They're scarecrows. And they're cacti. But I believe they're ground dark? Hang on. I can spell. No, they're grass. I got that completely wrong. They have either Sand Veil or Water Absorb. So does Cacturn pick up the dark type? Yeah, it does. So they're grass dark. They have Sand Veil or Water Absorb, which really doesn't do them much in the way of favors. Sand Veil, for those who don't know, basically means they gave an evasion boost in Sandstorm and are immune to the damage from it. And Water Absorb just means that they regain HP when hit with water attacks. Honestly, I don't think anyone would use water attacks against a Cacnea or a Cacturn to begin with. And Sandveil not giving them immunity to ground, or at least a natural resistance. God damn it. Raises evasion, in battle. During Sandstorm, accuracy at any move used against poke ability will be modified by a factor of 4/5. Pokemon's ability will not take damage from Sandstorm if it otherwise would. It has no effect on encounter rates anymore. Huh. Well, that's not really important anyway. The point is like, it wishes that it was like a ground type, which is probably why it has Sandveil. But it also wants to be a dark type. It's one of those weird cases where it's like, it wants the free types and can't work a way to do it. It's like, I don't know, it probably could be better if it was grass ground or ground dark instead of the combo that it is. Because if it was ground, it wouldn't need Sandveil. Because it would get that natural evasion boost on its own. It's like, they could be so much better, but it is what it is. Also, I think Cacturn's design has room for improvement. Like, you could definitely, like, lean more into, like, the scarecrow aspect of it. And make it a little more scary. Swablu and Altaria. Swablu is kind of meh. I don't mind it. Altaria, it's a puffball. Its Mega gets fairy typing, which is nice. But the normal, its regular base form is just dragon flying, which is whatever. I think that if it had leaned more into its Mega and had instead taken on the Dragon Fairy combo, that would have been interesting. Because you would have an anti-dragon dragon. But oh well. Mega's ruined everything. Ah, it's you! I want to like Zangoose so much. He's like that little bit edgy that he's enough to like and adorable, but he has nothing going for him. He's a one-stage, early mid-game Pokemon, so his stats are mediocre. His abilities are based around poison, so he either has immunity or some stupid poison boost, where he gains an attack boost for being poisoned. But unlike Guts, which has the Flame Orb, his poison attack a boost, you have to use the Toxic Orb, which means he gets toxic, which reduces the number of turns he can be on the field even more. I think Zangoose can get Poison Heal now, but I mean, that's kind of mediocre. I like the design, but he's not that usable. Seviper. It's an over-designed snake. I can't hate him because it's Zangoose's counterpart, but I don't particularly like it. I feel like the pair are like made to be like mortal enemies that are in an arms race, but like neither one is that great. Lunatone and Solrock. It's a moon. It's a sun. We've seen plenty of designs of these in the past from like different games. They're nothing special. They're rock psychic, which is like whatever. And they have levitate, which is basically a crutch a bunch of Pokemon use. Yeah, I don't particularly like them. And it's got nothing to do with Tate and Liza. That fight was a joke for me. What are you? I know that's Wishcash, but I forget what your name is. Hollandex. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Barboach. I think the reason I forget Barboach is I don't think anyone uses one. It's just a Pokemon that you can fish up. Being that it was so forgettable, that's actually kind of bad. It's like I remember it, but I forget its name. And then Wishcash is just an annoying Pokemon. I've never used it, but I've had to face it that many times. Water Ground is not a great combo, since you have Marshtomp. But Wishcash is annoying in its own way. Corphish. Corphish is nice. Crawdon, I wish it was better. Its Water Dark typing hasn't done it any favors. I believe it was physical, but it suffers from something in particular in its stat pool, and I forget what it is. Hypercover and Armor Shell, adaptability, its abilities aren't bad, but I feel like, yeah, it's got a high physical, low special, but in Gen 3, both Dark and Water were special. So Crawdont was terrible in the generation it came out in. But yeah, you can see its move pool is a lot better now. And so yeah, that's kind of my reason why I put Crawdont into like. Maybe if I tried it in a newer generation, it might be better. But yeah, it wasn't that impressive in Gen 3. Claydol, I kind of feel neutral to. No, that's not Claydol. That's Claydol. Oh wait, have I got it wrong? Yeah, that's Claydol. That's Baltoy. Baltoy is. It's whatever. It's inoffensive. Claydol unnerves me, but I don't hate the design. Lileep, I'm kind of neutral on. Cradley, I like. I just wish it was more usable. This is, again, like, a problem of some Pokemon where it's like, they want to either have more moves or have, like, 2 abilities at once. That's kind of Cradley's problem. Then you have Shrimp and Bigger Shrimp. I know that's not their names. Amaranth and Moldo. Rookbug. Unique combination. I don't like Amaranth and Armaldo. Yeah, I'm okay with Armaldo. Just okay, though. Just. God, my head is so stiff. This is the issue. I'm going to sidetrack myself for a moment. My model, it sways about a lot if I like turn the sensitivity up. It sways about a lot. Like it goes back and forth and back and forth with my tail. which is very annoying because it makes me feel like I'm a metronome, but if I turn it down, my tail swings less and my head locks in place more. I don't know what to do. It's live with one evil or suffer with the other. Not much I can do. Feebas. I don't like Feebas. I know it's not meant to be likable and everything, but I don't. And then we have Milotic. I've never used Milotic, mostly because Feebas is, like, ridiculously rare. So, it's pure water, and it's an absolute arse to play against. But the design is solid. So I'm just going to go neutral with it. Like, if it wasn't for Feebas, I feel like a lot of people would feel better about Melodic. Well, me in particular, I'd probably like Melodic a little, because I'd give it a shot. I am not going to rate the separate forms of Castform. And Castform is a gimmick that I don't like. It's a weather Pokemon. It changes forms in the weather, because weather was Hoenn's gimmick. I get the idea, but it is such a forgettable Pokemon now. Kecleon. I want to like Kecleon, but everything about it just makes it horrible to use. It's like, oh, it can change its type to any type. Except most of the time it's the opponent changing its type around, and it doesn't have the stats to actually make use of the gimmick. It's kind of the problem with gimmick mons. Shuppet is kind of meh, and Base Bayonet is also kind of meh. I like Mega Bayonet, but it's a Mega. It's not a regular form. So yeah, if Bayonet was Mega Bayonet, or it evolved into Mega Bayonet, we'd be up here. I'm going to take a quick break to stretch. Oh, dear. We're 3 hours in and we're still in Gen 3. God dang it. Okay. Duskull. I feel neutral to Duskull. It's like, I like the design, but I feel like it's, you know what? Actually, no. I'm going to be fair to it. I like Duskull. The fact that I found out it only had one eyeball actually made me like it more. He is goofy, but I like him. But then you have Dusclops. Dusclops is a letdown, because it takes everything that makes Duskull cool and throws it out. It's basically a generic mummy, except it has, like, the skull teeth and a single eye. You could do so much more with the design. Then you have Tropius. Tropius confuses me. I'm just going to leave it at neutral. Chimecho. It's meh. Absol. I absolutely want to like you. I want to use you, but you are pathetic. It's like the idea of the gimmick Pokemon, but you don't have a gimmick. I mean, it does. It relies heavily on crits, but, well, crits are mechanically not great. And fishing for crits is not fun. Why not? You were only minorly displeasing. Snowrun. I like you. I like Snowrun. Snowrun is cute. Glalie, on the other hand, ignore Mega. Glalie is like the inoffensive idea. It's like everything about you is just meh. I mean, let's take it to the full example. I'll go Glalie. Where is it? There it is. Glalie. This is my point of inoffensive. It is ice. Ta-da! 80 in every stat. As I said, inoffensive. Yeah. Glalie's nothing to write home about. It doesn't know what to do with itself. It doesn't lean into anything in particular. It's pure ice, which is not great, because Pokemon screws Ice-Tobu over regularly. And it kind of wants to be a dark type because it has like crunch and bite and things, but it never got that. And then you got Spheal, Celio, and Walrein. Spheal is funny. He's just a ball that likes to wall. Celio is meh. And Walrein, I don't know why, I just don't like it. I mean, they're all like this water-ice thing, or at least I think that, yeah. They're all water-ice, but they're kind of like meh. Well, they're not meh, but they're like so late game that it wouldn't be often that you would use one personally. Then you have Clamperl. It's Hoenn's discount shelter, which then gets you Gorbass, which is terrible, and Hauntail? No, I got them around the wrong way. That's Huntail. This is Gorbass. You can tell by the fact that I've mixed them up that I've never used either, and I rarely see them. Because they're not that interesting. It's a split evolution via a held item. It's like level up with a held item as opposed to trade. Actually, I got that wrong. I swear I've got that wrong now that I think on it. Yeah, it is trade. Yeah, so I've never heard of anyone saying that it's their favorite Pokemon, so yeah, I can't speak much to it. Relicanth, Rock Water. It is supposed to be a living fossil. Interesting idea, but it's still just a fish. Nothing more to say there. Except that it is like the bane of anyone's existence. Okay, no. We are going to talk about the Reggies. In order to get access to the Reggies, you need a Relicanth. And a Wailord. And Dig. Fun! Love Disc. It is inoffensive, and that offends me. I get that that sounds weird, but yeah, that's the point. It's like such a pathetic Pokemon that's available so late in the game, and it exists only to get heart scales. Bagon! Bagon is cute, and I want to like it. Then you have Shelgon. Shelgon is the natural point of, like, Bagon throwing itself off a cliff trying to fly. I like that idea. But then we get to Salamence. I don't like Salamence as much. It is like... It's a very generic dragon. And like they try to sell it on like it's a like a really fast flyer and everything, and it's impressive. I don't know why. I like Bagon and Sheldon more. Then we have the Metagross line. Metang, Beldum, Metagross. That's not right. Beldum, Metang, Metagross, isn't it? Beldum, Metang, Metagross. Yep. Beldum I feel neutral on. It's a single arm. Metang, the idea is that it's two arms fused together. I like Metang's design. Then you have Metagross, which is supposed to be two Metangs fused together. I don't like Metagross's design as much. Don't ask me why. I feel like it's gone a slightly different direction. And then you have Mega Metagross, which... I don't know. I feel like it's supposed to be like two Metagrosses fused together, but it doesn't work. But it definitely looks more like two Metangs fused together than Metagross does. Weird. Then you have the Reggies. Regirock. I kind of feel neutral on Regirock, which is a first for a legendary. Regice. Again, I feel kind of neutral on it. And you'll notice a pattern here. Or at least a deviation. Registeel. I like. And you'll notice something. All of these are golems. They're semi-mechanical. Artificial. That's why I like them more than most of the other legendaries that we've talked about. I wouldn't ever use one, but I like the design. Then you have the Latias and Latios. The Latis. I can't say I'm a fan of the designs. And we're almost at the end of Gen 3. God, it's been a while. So we've got the Weather Trio, Jirachi, and Deoxys. So I find them inoffensive, though being forced to fight them is a pain. Jirachi's like this weird, I don't like it. It's like this one step away from being like... You know how I was talking with Shedinja earlier about biblically accurate? It's like one step away. I know that thing on its chest is a pouch. And that it's like, that Japanese thing where they write a wish on a piece of paper and then hang it on a tree. I've forgotten the name. And like you're supposed to put the wish in the pouch or something. But I swear, it's still psychic. I have this feeling like it's going to open up its chest and have an eye in there. And it just start bleeding. It is so much more interesting in my head than what it is. And then you have Deoxys, which is supposed to be DNA Pokemon, but it's Deoxys. It's not that interesting. So yeah, that was Gen 3. I definitely felt like I'm getting a little more polarizing in some of the mons, as opposed to others. like, there are some trends forming about what Pokemon I like and what Pokemon I don't. But I'm definitely noticing, like, this generation, like, a lot of the ones that I dislike are either ones that are, like, bad designs that I don't like and find nothing redeeming about, or Pokemon that are just, like, wasted potential. So, how are we going? Because that was Gen 3, so we've got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, shit. We've got 6 generations to go. But there are a lot of forms in there. So that's the end of Gen 4. Then we've got Gen 5, which has a lot of forms. Gen 6, which has a lot of forms. It ends there. Gen 7 also has a lot of forms. Ends there, I think. Then you have Gen 9, which also has a lot of forms. Ends there. No, that's Gen 8. Then Gen 9. Okay, we're actually a lot further the way through than I thought. I guess, like, as we go, there are less Pokemon in each generation. Well, that's not true. It's like usually 100, 150 or so, 100, 150 or so. But I guess, like, the linear generations, we had more variants and forms and less unique Pokemon. Well, that makes things easier for me. Okay, so Gen 4. So I talked briefly about Gens 1 and 2 and about my time with them. So Gen 4, Diamond and Pearl, was my third Pokemon game. My third main line. Heart Gold and Silver came after, which is my fourth. So you can kind of see my introduction to the series. And so Gen 4, I enjoyed. It was on the first console I ever bought for myself, the DS. So yeah, I may end up liking a few Pokemon, but we're definitely going to see that I am not favorable. Because of reasons. I never beat Diamond, Pearl, or Platinum. So yeah, I may be a little more indifferent and harsh to some of these Pokemon. Turtwig. I like Turtwig. Grottle. Middle stage itis. I really should stop having to say that. Portera. God, I love this Pokemon. It was not my pick, funnily enough. It's not my pick of starter. But I love this Pokemon. The idea of, like, a garden sitting on its back. Like, they've definitely tried to redo this idea with, like, Dynamax Snorlax with its own, like, garden on its belly. And I guess kind of with Venusaur, they've tried to capture that idea. And yeah, I feel like Torterra does it best. Because it doesn't try and, like, overkill it, and it makes sense. Chimchar, I feel indifferent. Monfernape, it's middle stage syndrome, I don't really care. And then you have Infernape. I don't like Infernape for personal reasons, but I don't hate its design, so I'm going to be neutral on it. I don't like it because I like Piplup. Primplup is, again, middle stage itis, and Empoleon. Chef's kiss. Empoleon is my pick for the Gen 4 games. And that's the reason I hate Inferno, because for some damn reason, Empoleon is steel, Torterra is part ground, Infernape is part fighting. Does anybody else notice the balancing difference here? Anyhow, Starly, it's a generic bird. Honestly, actually dislike. And it's mid-form Staravia. They're both generic birds. And at this point, generic bird is kind of old news. But Staraptor I can appreciate. It is a good mon. It is, like, I think most people will say it, the first regional bird to actually be viable competitively. Though I never used it myself. Bidoof is meh. And Bibarel I dislike, and for a couple of reasons. One, it is a great HM Pokemon. But it's also a normal water type, and it's like, how can you be so useful and yet so goofy? I just don't like its design. Also, like, Hoenn is the worst when it comes to HMs. Like, if anyone remembers trying to climb Mount Silver, not Mount Silver, Mount Coronet, they know what I mean. That's Cricketune, but it's like Cricketot. Sinnoh. Again with the loading. Bulbapedia, like, Oh, and they've got different images. Yeah, it is Cricketot. I like double checking. Cricketot is, like, inoffensive. It's a mediocre bug. Cricketune? My god, that Pokemon's annoying. So it has one of the longest cries. You have to deal with it every time. And it is such a mediocre bug Pokemon. And its design's kind of all over the place. So yeah, I don't like Cricketune. Shinx, Lynx, and Lux... Is that right? Luxio and Luxray. Shinx is meh. Luxio is middle stage itis. Luxray is like... I kind of feel neutral on it. Here's the thing. There aren't a lot of electric types in Hoenn. It's one of its problems. Not a lot of electric, not a lot of fire. And Luxray is it has a similar problem to Manectric in that it is a pretty mediocre electric type. It doesn't have a lot of standout moves. Its stats are better than Manectric. Like, let's not get that wrong. But it's not a standout electric type, to say the least. It looks cool, and you feel like it should be more impressive than what it is, but it just isn't. Budju is a baby Pokemon that we didn't need, really, and I really do like Roserade. Like, if I'm not using Torterra, Roserade's my go-to grass Pokemon in this gen. Huh. Granados and what's the other one called? Rampardos, okay. I was in the right direction, but didn't have it right. Granados, I feel like the fossil Pokemon, from what we've had in the past, Granados is kind of meh. Even by Gen 2, even by standards, like, Granados kind of meh, and Rampardos is kind of in the same boat. And I feel similar for, like, Shieldon and Bastiodon? Yeah. They're kind of just meh designs. And overall, it's like they're meh Pokemon. Which is weird, since they were available so early. Hi, Arisu. We're in Gen 4. So it's like, yeah. I don't really feel much for the Gen 4 fossils, and I feel like it's mostly because they're more generic in design. And then we have Burmy. The idea of Burmy is interesting. But then you have Wormadam. So, Burmy is one Pokemon with 3 different forms. I don't mind that. But Wormadam is 3 different Pokemon. They are not able to change their cloaks when they evolve. And they are female only. It is a baffling idea to me to have a Pokemon that can change its type, which is an interesting gimmick. To then evolve into a fixed type, that means that if you wanted to have a particular type, 1, you have to have a female Burmy, and 2, you have to make sure that when it level ups and evolves, that it's in the right cloak for the type of Wormadam you want. So yeah, I can't say that I like Wormadam at all. And then you have Moffim, which is like a joke. It's like, oh, you caught a male? Joke's on you. So yeah. I like Combee, and I like Vespiquen. Vespiquen's kind of like this weird one to put in. It's like, Vespiquen is a hard-to-get Pokemon, because you need the rare female Combee, and then you need to evolve it, and for all that hard work, you get a bug flying type. Honestly, Vespiquen could have been a lot better off if it had been bug poison. Like, let's look at Vespiquen's moveset, actually, just to make a point. Because here's the thing, like, flying just adds more weaknesses to bug types. God, I wish Bulbapedia had a dark mode. Okay, so it gets a couple of poison moves, a couple of flying moves. Oh, I put Jigglypuff in the hate tier, but to be fair, when I mentioned that, I had the stipulation that it's because of Smash Brothers, not because of Pokemon in particular. Jigglypuff is one of the hardest Pokemon to run, or one of the hardest characters in Smash 64 to run, so that's why I hate Jigglypuff. Mostly because she's a frustrating Pokemon. She's a frustrating character to play. But then I have my particular taste, so Jigglypuff wouldn't have gotten a too much higher rank if it wasn't for that. But yeah, it's like... Hang on, I'll sort it by type so it's easier. So yeah, it's like Vespiquen does learn a few poison moves, and I feel like despite the couple of like flying... Wait, Hurricane? Dual Wing Beat. Now, that's not a move I recognize. And it's not really like it's particularly better at physical or special. Dual Wing Beat. It's a Gen 7 move. 6 damage, hits twice per use. Each strike has equal chance for a crit. Hit again if the first strike breaks substitute. Counter will only acknowledge the second hit. Actually, Sash. Okay, it's a whatever move. But yeah, I guess Vespiquen like doesn't really care if it was bug flying or bug poison, but pressure and unnerve? What terrible abilities. For those who don't know, pressure just means that your opponent uses 2 power points instead of 1 when they make an action. And unnerve, you can't eat your berry. Yay. What useful abilities to have. Honestly, I feel like Vespiquen is due for like a rework, a rehash or something. Like we got the Sinnoh remakes, we got Legends, Vespiquen didn't get anything, but Vespiquen is now in people's mind. But yeah, I do think it's like a Pokemon that got screwed over by abilities. And could be like a much better mom than it is. Tongue-tied. Pachirisu. Meh. I give it props for what it did during the Pokemon World Tournament a few years back, where it ate a Draco Meteor. But I wouldn't go out of my way to use one personally. God, my brain is blanking. I know what these Pokemon are called, and I can't think of the names. Buizel and Floatzel. Ugh. God dang it. Buizel is mostly inoffensive, and I don't really mind it one way or the other. Floatzel, I think I don't really, like, care. It's there. So yeah, I think giving it the neutral treatment is fine. Cherubi. Cherubi concerns me, because it's literally fruit. And then you have Cherubi's evolution, which I can't remember the name of. Cherub. It was a gimmick with sunlight. It is not a good gimmick. Shellos and Gastrodon. Another water ground type. The third water ground type. It is very much inoffensive. They're not bad Pokemon, but considering that we got like Wishcash and Marshtomp the generation before, Shellos' gimmick is the only thing that gives it any interest, and most people will end up getting the pink variety on a normal playthrough, because the blue varieties... Ah! Really? Really? Yeah, the blue variety is not available until the latter half of the game. So yeah, most people will end up with the pink one. They're not dimorphic. They're territorial, I think it is. Or like the Galapagos finch sort of situation. Environmental difference. Ambipom. Apom annoys me, thanks to Legends Arceus. Ambipom just disturbs me. I don't know why, but those two grabby hands with the different colored fingers just looks weird. No, they're not Divergent Evolution, so, oh, no, that is kinda what it is, but no, they're basically the same Pokemon. Like, there is nothing different other than the color of them. Like, Divergent Evolution is what Pokemon forms are. But then you have, dimorphism, which is when the male and female are different from each other. So there's your learning. Biology. Okay, we got Driftbloom and it's Drifloon and Driftbloom. I like them. I would try using them one time, but I often end up like having a lot of ghosts to pick, and Drifloom just doesn't make the cut. Driftbloom doesn't make the cut very often, but he is a fun Pokemon. There is a setup that you can do with a Wind Gem, because Drifloom and Driftbloom have they have access to acrobatics, but they also have they have another ability that I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm gonna have to look at it. Unburden. So what Unburden does is when they use up an item, they gain a speed boost. A flying gem is used whenever you use a flying move, and acrobatics does more damage when you don't have an item. And you use up the flying gem before you calculate the damage. So acrobatics does extra damage, gets the flying gem boost, and activates Unburden. And then I think Driftbloom can learn Recycle, if I'm remembering correctly. Hang on, I'll sort the moves. Protect Facade. No. It might have been able to learn Recycle in another generation, but it can't now. Its other two moves, Aftermath and Flare Boost. Flare Boost, if I remember correctly, it gains like a boost to special attack? Yeah. Powers a special attack when burned. But it doesn't grant the immunity. And Aftermath, just to skip across, is damages the foe landing the finishing hit. In other words, it's an explosion. So yeah, I like Driftbloom. I've never used him though in like a proper team. Bunnery, meh. Lopunny. So here's the thing. Regular Lopunny, I don't care. Mega Lopunny, I might have given a shot. Again, it's the Mega issue. Mega Lopunny is normal fighting, which is interesting. So like if I go to Lopunny, Mega Lopunny has a different ability. Scrappy. Scrappy is a nice ability because it means that you can hit Ghost type with normal and fighting moves. You ignore their immunity. Actually, does it count for fighting? Yeah, it allows you to hit Ghost type, even if they have it with normal and fighting moves. So the Pokemon I know Scrappy from is Kangaskhan. But it's like, Mega Lopunny gets it. I like Mega Lopunny, but it's the Mega. Regular Lopunny I feel indifferent about. Now we have Miss Magius. Originally, just another Ghost type. So it's meh. But in Gen 6 and onward, it's a Fairy Ghost type, which makes it far more interesting. And it's a nice design. I would honestly give Miss Magius a try. Honchkrow, I said it earlier, I like Murkrow, but I've never used it and likely wouldn't, and that's because I don't actually like Honchkrow all that much. He is better stats-wise, but I don't know, it's kind of meh. Like, when I think of a crow, I don't think of, like, this design. Like, it doesn't scream crow to me. But then, of course, you know, I'm used to magpies and things. Glameow, it's inoffensive. Perugly? Yeah. Chimecho. Why does this thing exist? Why do you exist? You don't need to exist. You are just filling out a Pokedex. Like, that's how I feel about baby Pokemon at this point. You were just here to fill out the baby. You were just a baby to fill out the Pokedex. There was no reason. No reason. Stunky and Stunktank. I didn't used to like him that much, and now I just feel indifferent. I mean, it's Poison Dark. Actually, I want to make a point here with Skuntank as to why I disliked it. Yes, see that? Does the whole raise its leg to spray its poisonous gas and that. The shiny's not bad, actually. I haven't seen shiny Skuntank before. But yeah, for the most part, I feel kind of indifferent to them now. Bronzor and Beldum. I feel indifferent to Bronzor, but Beldum annoys me. Now, originally, back in Gen 4, Beldum either had Levitate or Heat Proof. So essentially, it had one weakness. Well, yeah, no, it had one weakness. You could either hit it with a ground move or hit it with a fire move, but it was immune to one, and you never knew which. But now that Steel is no longer resist Dark and Ghost, that gimmick of it, of being a guessing game wall, is over. You can just throw a Dark type out and just blast it with a Dark type move. So its old gimmick is gone now, as thanks to Gen 6. So it's not even that impressive anymore. Okay, so more babies. Yay. Bonsley's kind of inoffensive in my mind. Sudowoodo wasn't doing much. Mime Jr., I don't hate the design, so I kind of feel neutral to it, but again, it's like, Mr. Mime. And then you have What is it again? Chansey, Blissey, and Happini. Happini. There was no reason for you to exist. Oh no, I just realized what was next. Oh no. It's Chatot. Folks, say hello to the reason we can't have nice things. Chatot had a unique move called Chatter. With the DS's microphone, you could get Chatot to repeat a phrase with chatter. You can see where this is going. Chatter is now a banned move, because its only gimmick was that. So Chatot, despite how, like, brilliant of an idea you were a mediocre Pokemon, your design does not translate to 3D as well as one would wish, and you ruined... Well, no, you didn't ruin the idea, but your idea got ruined thanks to, well, what people do. I don't dislike you for it, but I can't say that I like you. But you are offensive. Spiritomb. I dislike Spiritomb because it has a complicated, long quest in order to catch it. So it's like a pseudo-legendary. I mean that in, like, it's an in-game event Pokemon, but it's like, you know, long, tedious, and at the end, it's a Pokemon with no weaknesses until Gen 6. And then fairies are a thing, and it has weaknesses, and it's nowhere near as remarkable anymore. Which kind of makes the fact that Sableye has a negative ability in order to deal with the fact that it had no immunities kind of defunct. Which is a shame in its own right. Next, we've got Gibble, Gabite, and Garchomp. Gibble is inoffensive. Garbite is middle stage itis problems. And then you have Garchomp. So here's the thing. By a lot of the pre-stuff that prior reasoning that I've given for why I like or dislike Pokemon, Garchomp should be a clear, like, I should like it. But I don't. Can I answer why? Not really. I feel like it's a combination of it being, like, slightly over-designed, and it lacks the shark motif that Gibble was going with. Or, like, it went too far in one direction. Like, the Mega is an interesting idea and definitely, like, leans into the shark design a little more. But, like, I don't know. I feel like it could have gone in a different direction and I would have liked it more. Like, it's got Sharpedo vibes. That makes sense? I guess. That's the logic I'm going with anyway for my explanation. On my opinion, on my feelings on... Yeah, I don't need to explain myself, do I? Munchlax. You were the worst. There was only one other Pokemon that has gotten this ranking, which was Pikachu, and Munchlax is going in here too. because Munchlax is a pain in the neck to catch. Because he only appears on one tree. Unless you get a Snorlax, which you can't get in Sinnoh, and then breed for it. But then if you try and love the tree, it's like you have a guessing game as to whether it's on the tree or not. And it's a mediocre Pokemon that you're catching in order to get Snorlax. And Snorlax is a decent Pokemon, I'm not going to argue otherwise, but the point still stands. There was no reason for Munchlax to exist other than to create pain, frustration, and a version of Snorlax with a lower catch rate. Actually, does Munchlax have a lower catch rate than Snorlax? Questions that deserve answers. Munchlax, catch rate 12.9. Snorlax, catch rate 7.7. Okay. That's not even double. I mean, the number here is double, but this one, ordinary Pokeball at full health, that's not double. So yeah, there was really no reason for Munchlax to exist. Riolu. You exist more or less to make Lucario more of a pain to get. I don't, like, hate Riolu, but it's a friendship level up. And an egg. And then we have Lucario, which is like... I wish I could like Lucario more, but it's like, it's a poster child. It's one of those mons that gets a lot of attention, and while I gave credit to Charizard, Lucario I can't do the same to, because Charizard had happened naturally. Lucario, it was kind of artificial. I like him, but they like really pushed Lucario. Really, really pushed Lucario. And so I feel like bad putting him higher than like. God, I'm realizing I'm a lot more negative to Hoenn. No, not Hoenn. Sinnoh than I have the past couple. This better not be a trend. I've forgotten the name. Hippopotamus and Hippowdon. Hippopotamus is like inoffensive, and Hippowdon is kind of in the same boot. They're just ground types. I don't really care about them one way or the other. But that being said, in Legends, these two were annoying. But, you know, it was only in one area, so unlike the Ampom situation, I just feel neutral to them. Scorpio. No. Squirrel. It's bug poison. Scorpio. Then you have Drapion, which is poison dark. I like it, and at the same time, I don't. Like, Drapion's design is kind of... but I like it's, like, poison dark with bug moves. And so it's like, I'd like it more if its design wasn't so, I guess, goofy. It does have, like, that over-designed sort of thing going on with its body segments being alternating colors, and then it's like I don't know. It's supposed to be a scorpion, but I feel like they overdid it. And they could have leaned more into, like, the scorpion aspects instead of, like, this giant wind-up puppet sort of thing that they've got going on. Actually, I'm going to bring up a bigger image so I can make my point. God damn it, Boulderpedia, please. It's like they're getting DDoS or something. So think of it, like, ignore the back half of Drapion and just put, like... a wind-up box, like a Jack-in-the-Box thing going on. You see what I'm saying? It's the way I'm calling the design goofy. It doesn't feel like it's meant to be a scorpion anymore. Croagunk and Toxicroak. Croagunk I feel neutral on. Toxicroak has grown on me over the years. Like, he's definitely an interesting Pokemon, and I'd probably give him a chance now. But yeah. Oh god, Carvana. I wanted to like you. I really did. But you were a letdown. It's a pure grass type with, I think, the most generic abilities, if I remember correctly. It's like chlorophyll and something. No, it's got levitate. Huh? Why? No, seriously, why? It's like, of all the things, levitate. It's a grass type. Levitate doesn't do anything except give it a ground immunity, which it already resisted. Now I remember. It's like, of all the things, it's like a generic grass type with levitate. And grass isn't that great of a type. But it's like, you could have done so much else with it. Oh yeah, its stats aren't great either because it's a single stage. It's a single stage Pokemon, like mid game. So it's like, it's a yeah, whatever sort of. I've forgotten the Pokemon's names. I can't believe it. Finneon and Lumion. They're fish. They're there to fill out the decks. They are water type. And I do not see the purpose. Mantike. It's a baby that we didn't need to exist. But it does make an interesting little thing. So Mantike evolves into Mantine when you have a Remoraid in your party, and it passes a certain level. That is unique. It is interesting. And it's its only saving grace, because beyond that, there is no reason for it to exist. Also, the pretty fish are generic and don't really have anything useful about them, Helly, so that's why they are low tier. Low tier garbage. Snover! Snover, it's like, I like Snover, I like Abomasnow, but they are terrible Pokemon. They are terrible Pokemon. Ice Grass with Hail. They have, like, so many weaknesses. They are such a bad type combination. Hail doesn't do them any benefits because, well, Hail hurts every type except Ice types. And you don't want a full team of just Ice-type Pokemon. So it's like, I wish they were better, but, you know, it's Ice-type. Weavile. Weavile's similar to Sneasel. Weavile's grown on me over the years. It's an okay Pokemon. It's also Ice-type. But it's just okay. Magnezone. The only good thing about this damn piece of garbage is that Magneton can use Evolite. Evolite means that it has the defensive stats of Magnezone at the cost of an item slot. And then its only trade-off is the exact number of stat points that Magnezone loses in speed and gains in special attack from Magneton. That is it. Magnezone is a terrible design. It looks awful. I hate it. I absolutely despise it. And Magneton is my favorite Pokemon. So you can see why it gains the worst category. I will never like Magnezone. It has never grown on me. Like, they could have done so much better with it. So much better. Yes, it is UFO-like. But I'll have to scroll down to it. No, I have to scroll up to it? Where the hell is Magnezone? Oh, don't tell me it's a post. Yeah, it's in the post game. Magnezone. Magneton's sturdy. I was looking for the shiny, that's right. That's its shiny. It's horrid. Now look at Magneton. Sure, Magneton's shiny's nothing to write home about, but at least it's more interesting. So yeah, I hate Magneton. I despise Magneton. The only good thing about it is, again, the Evolite. And that is it. Yes, I feel very strongly about that Pokemon. Lickaloli. There is no reason for this Pokemon to exist. Yes. Magnezone. Sorry. This thing is Magnezone. Magneton is the one I like. Magnezone is the one that we do not speak about anymore. So yeah. Lickaloli, there's no reason for it to exist. Lickitung, yeah, it wasn't a great Pokemon, but it really didn't need an evolution. Rhyperior, it's Rhydon's evolution. I want to like Rhyperior, but it's kind of just a little too goofy for me. Yes, that thing. Tangle Growth. Now, I said I didn't like Tangela. Tangle Growth I like. Yes, it's a grass type, pure grass type, but I like it. It's goofy. It'd be interesting if it was part rock, though that wouldn't be doing it any favors, but the only reason I bring it up as being part rock as an option was it needs to learn Ancient Power to evolve. Electivire. Electivire is another one that grew on me and I like more. it's a slow, bulky electric type, which is kind of weird, but I like it. And then we have Magmortar. Now, here's the thing. Similar to Rhyperior, it's like, I want to like Magmortar, but I feel like it's over-designed. It's got a lot going on, and a lot of different colors, and I feel like it's just kind of a mess. And it's a pure fire, and it's like, yeah, I kind of don't care much for fire types, to be honest. Togekiss. Togekiss is another one of us like, why do you exist? It's a better form of, it's a more powerful Togetic. But again, it's balanced for power creep. It's like the most generic design you could think of. You could have gone... That's something. God, I haven't heard the phrase cheese TV in a long time. Oh. Like, Togetic is such a generic design. There's nothing going on, and like, Togekiss, sorry, is such a generic design. There's nothing going on. Like, Togetic at least had like this vague fairy thing going on. Ow. Ow. Why? This be my life. You know, eventually you'd think that you'd get used to being pelted with metal scrap. But just because my head doesn't have nerves doesn't mean that it's not, like, frying them. Honestly, it's going to give me more of a headache with all the... Ow. With all the stuttering. Oh yeah, I was complaining about... I was complaining about Togekiss being generic. And like Togetic having a vague angel theming going on, and it's like... They could have leaned into it a little more. Instead of giving us this generic bird. Generic, indescript bird. Yamega.
No.
Yamega is kind of like... Meh. It's a good Pokemon. And Yama did deserve an evolution.
Bonus stage.
But it's like Mega Revolutions before Mega Evolutions were a thing. It honestly makes me more sad about Mega Evolutions as a whole. Leafeon. I don't hate the idea of Leafeon, but I never really liked the design. It's like this hybrid animal-plant thing, and it's like... Ah. I don't know, I don't jive with it. Glaceon, I like the design of Glaceon, but I don't think I'd ever use one just because, well, Ice-type problem. Gligar. Yes, I know you like the evolutions, Helly. This is my list. You can do your own list, you know. No one's stopping you. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So Gliscor is like... Gliscor is like a Pokemon that I don't hate the design of. but I don't think I'd ever use, so I kind of want to just put it in neutral. It's like, I like the idea of Gliscor, but I don't think I'd ever use one. It also has Poison Heal, which means that you can use Toxic Orb to prevent another status and just heal continuously. Which is, honestly makes Gliscor, like, kind of scary. Actually, might be tempting to try using Gliscor once. But Gligar is hard to get. Oh, Mamoswine. Oh, how I pity thee. So, I had a Pokemon Shield team, and Mamoswine was on it. It was my ground ice type. Mamoswine, I want to like you more, but you are terrible. I'm not... Yeah, Mamoswine, right? I'm not losing my mind again, am I? Yeah, it's Mamoswine. I was calling Piloswine Mamoswine. I know I do that so many times. Like, there's no reason really for Piloswine to exist when you have Mamoswine. It's like, Mamoswine's a cool design. It looks intimidating, but it's frail. It wants to be a bulky Pokemon, but then it has ice typing. Like, you know what? If Mamoswine was pure ground, and then had an ability that let it have stab on ice, it'd be several times better than what it is. It's kind of sad. It's like, I want to like you more, but you are terrible. And I had the misfortune of trying to use it. Porygon Z! God, I love this goofy little thing. So for those who don't know, you evolve Porygon 2 into Porygon Z with what's called the Dubious Disc. The Dubious Disc is a corrupting piece of code. So Porygon Z is a corrupted Pokemon, or its glitch. I'll give an example by finding the sprite for it. So we'll go down, down, down. There we go, Diamond and Pearls 1. The one's up the top there. You see how it jitters about? That is Porygon Z for you. Like, they don't capture the animations for the later games, but it has that jittery animation, like it's ready to bug the hell out. That's why I really like Porygon Z. I've never used one before, because, well... Rotom? Rotom's not water electric. Unless you're talking specifically about Wash Rotom. We will get to Rotom, though, because I'm pretty sure Rotom is... Yeah, Rotom's coming up. So yeah, I like Porygon. The problem is that Porygon is, like, pretty much not available through normal means. You usually can't find them in the wild. They're pretty much found in restricted areas or through purchases, so it's kind of a shame. Porygon is like an interesting Pokemon, but kind of hard to use. Simply because of restricted availability. Next up is Gallade. I really like Gallade, but I've never used it. Probopass. So here's the thing, like, similar to Magna's the one who shall not be referred to anymore, Nosepass got this evolution into Probopass. They follow the same evolution method, but Probopass is... I don't know, it's kind of underwhelming as an evolution, and it's rock steel. I've tried using one before and I really wish it had like a bonus to electric moves or something, because it feels like it really wants that tertiary electric typing, but it just doesn't get it, which is a shame. Dusknoir. This is what Dusclops should have been. That being said, I still like Duskull more. Like, Dusknoir is a step in the right direction, but it loses the skull motif for, like, having its chest to be able to open up and that, and it's like, it's a step in the right direction, but I don't know. I feel like they could have done more to make this design creepy. Or, you know, you had this design first before they did. Yeah. Frostlass. God, I really like Frostlass. Ghost Ice. Again, Ice type. Terrible secondary type. But it is far more interesting than what Glalie did. It is a female-only Pokemon. And it is based on a wandering spirit of the Snowlands who steals thy soul. So it has got some scary Pokedex entries, which is a bonus in my book. But I like Frostlass. I've not used one before, and that's mostly because Snorunt is a late-game Pokemon, because, you know, Ice-type are not usually available early on, and in order to get one, you need a Dusk Stone, if I remember correctly, and, of course, it needs to be female, which Snorunt is a 50-50 split. Rotom. We're not going to go over Rotom's different forms, personally, but it's like, the forms are the only thing that make Rotom viable as far as competitive goes, and I'll put them all over here just quickly, but to elaborate. Base Rotom. Ghost Electric. Oven Rotom, or Heat Rotom. Fire Electric. Wash Rotom. Electric Water. Ridge Rotom. Electric Ice. Sand Rotom. Electric Wind, or Flying. And Mo Rotom. Electric Grass. Most people either run Oven or Wash. Typically Wash. Because Water Electric is a decent type combo. You know, that's why it's a shame that Lantern from Gen 2 isn't decent and used more. Instead, we get Wash Rotom everywhere. So, to kind of diagnose Rotom, it's like, I don't like it. I don't hate it, but I don't like it. Rotom's kind of that Pokemon that you either like the forms and like to use it competitively, or you think it's a joke and don't care. And I tend to fall more into the latter group because, honestly, I care more about the ghost typing, and because it drops that for its different forms, mainly becomes a ghost, it becomes electric water. The whole point of it being a electric ghost, I'm going to say it, a poltergeist, is kind of lost on it. So yeah, I don't particularly like Rotom because I just don't see the point of form switching and the wasted potential of being Electric Ghost for the whole form switching thing. The Lake Trio, there was no point to these Pokemon. They're oh so generic and bland design. They're basically palette swaps. There's no reason for there to be 3 of them. I don't like them. Dialga and Palkia. Okay, I'm going to be fair. I played Pearl. And because of that, I hate Palkia. Yeah. Rotom Wash is, like, Water Electric is a good type, but I just loathe, not loathe, but, like, I feel disappointed that Rotom, like, just regular Electric Ghost wasn't utilized in any way. The reason I help Palkia is, for those who don't know, in the original Diamond and Pearl, you have to climb Mount Coronet. You need Rock Smash, Strength, Surf, and Rock Climb in order to get up the mountain. That means you need Pokemon with those HMs. Most of those HMs you don't want on your regular Pokemon. So you go up there with half a team. You get to the top. You then have a double battle with 2 of the admins. I believe it's Jupiter and Saturn, if I'm correct. And Barry helps you out. And then you have a heal. Then you fight Cyrus. Cyrus is a pain in the neck, but I mean, his team in Diamond and Pearl isn't anything to write home about. Then you have to face either Palkia or Dialga. Immediately! No heal! And because I don't care to catch them, I try to KO Palkia every time. They want you to use the Master Ball so bad. And then that's it, and you never have to go up there again. I can't say that Platinum is much better, and I don't know about Brilliant and Shining. But yeah, I had Palkia for that reason. If it was Dialga, if I had Diamond, it would be Dialga in this position and not Palkia. But because of that, that is why I feel that way to Palkia. Dialga... Oh my god, Hallie. Don't. I said this earlier, I'd never beat Diamond, Pearl, or Platinum. Part of the reason was that, in fact, most of the reason was that Palkia became a roadblock. I don't want to do Platinum. I know Platinum balances a lot of things, like it adds a lot of Pokemon that weren't available and gives a lot of, like, fire and electric type options that weren't available until post-game in Diamond and Pearl, but Platinum also, like, changes up 2 of the major fights. It completely changes, the electric gym leader, whose name I can't think of at the moment, Volkner. He changes Volkner's team completely, and it changes Flint's team. Because both of them, Volkner was electric type, Flint was fire, and one of the Elite Four. And both of them didn't have enough Pokemon of that type to fill up a team. So they used Pokemon of other types with electric and fire moves respectively. They made a team composition with the limitations. And that was fun. But Diamond and Pearl's limited pool of Pokemon is an issue. But moving on, Dialga. Dialga, I feel indifferent. It is, again, like Palkia, it's over-designed, well and truly. Like, Diamond and Pearl has a number of Pokemon that are either, like, under-designed or over-designed. But I kind of feel indifferent, and honestly, if it wasn't for Palkia being a roadblock, Palkia would be up here as well. But, you know, personal history, personal opinion. I said that the wrong way around. Heatran. Why do you exist? Okay, no, actually, Heatran gets the hate thanks to Legends. I had zero interaction with Heatran before Legends. I'd never gone out of my way because it's like, it's a post-game Pokemon. It's Fire Steel. It's not that interesting. I really couldn't care about it. But because of Legends and forcing me to have to fight this thing and catch it, and the fact that my team was terrible against it, drove me nuts. So yeah, Heatran gets the worst thanks to that. That fight was annoying. Oh, Regigigas. You lovable Titan. The continent puller. I love the design. I know, like, normally, like, I've hacked on, like, Dialga and Palkia for being over-designed, but I feel like Regigigas can pull that off. But it's like the continent puller. He has a horrible ability despite his massive stats. But most of all, like what most of the Reggies, he has this stupid cry in the anime. I won't look up the reference because I probably can't find it at the moment. But basically, you know how most of the Pokemon in the anime say their name? You know, like, Cyndaquil. I can't do the impression. But the Reggies, they have, like, a mechanical, like, jitteriness, so they go like Reggie. Regigigas has some of the dumbest voice lines. Like, he's such a goofy. It tickles my insides. Giratina. Yeah. Again, blame Legends for that one. Giratina is a pain in the neck in Legends because he gets... You have to fight him after Volo. You don't get any heals. And then you have to go 2 rounds with Giratina. Sure, he keeps status effects and stat drops, but you have to go 2 rounds with the dick. And to top it off, Giratina, then you have to go and catch him in a separate fight. I still have to do that, mind you, but that is not important. He's also Ghost Dragon, which is like, I don't care, but it's Ghost. Ugh. What are you called again? Cresselia. I don't hate Cresselia, but I don't like it either. So this one is Manaphy. And then here is Fione. There is no reason for Fione to exist. So to explain, Manaphy is a legendary Pokemon. You normally can't breed legendary Pokemon. But Manaphy is unique. If you breed Manaphy with a Ditto, you get a Fione. Manaphy is also incredibly hard to get because the only way to get one is to play through Pokemon Ranger. At least that's my memory of it. And Pokemon Ranger is a long-ass side game, all for one Pokemon. I don't care if there's another way to get it, but there's really little reason for Manaphy and Fione to exist. They're just there. Darkrai. Oh, how much I wish to like... I like Darkrai. It's like that edgy edgelord, but you know is just... He's trying. He's trying so hard to be edgy, but he's not. Yeah. Oh god, and then you get into the whole Manaphy shiny thing. So every copy of Ranger has one Manaphy egg. And when you trade that egg across to a Diamond, Pearl, or Platinum game, that game, the Manaphy egg will not be shiny in. But if you trade it to another one, it might be shiny. Note I said might. You would then need to trade it to you would then need to test it by hatching. If it's not shiny, you then need to load back to when it wasn't a shiny, then trade it to another trainer, another game with a different trainer ID, and then try again. And again. And again. Why did Pokemon think this was a good idea? I mean, I guess this is the reason why we get shiny locked Pokemon. Like legendaries are shiny locked. You can't get them as shiny because they don't want you resetting the game over and over again in order to get one. And I think starters are now shiny locked as well. It's like, come on. Where's the fun? The whole point of restarting over and over again was re-rolling the odds. What, you don't want us to save and restart and try over and over again? Then why do we have the ability to save and restart? I'm getting angry about mechanics that I don't really care about, to be honest. I'm not a shiny hunter. Shaman. Why do you exist? And then there's Skyform Shaman, which is like, we won't be raiding. I mean, yeah. And if we really wanted a shiny Pokemon, I mean... There's always the less than legal methods. And now we get to Arceus. Or as people used to say, Arceus. I mean, I get what they were intending. It's Arc. But it's like, there are so many forms because it has every single plate is a different form. Too many forms, bro. Yeah, so Arceus's thing is it can change its type by holding a different plate. And there is a plate for every type, so there are 20 forms? I don't know why. We couldn't catch one legitimately for the longest time. And it's another case of, why do you exist? Not those kind of plates. The plates we were collecting in Legends in order to be able to fight Volo. The one that what's her name was using as a cutting board. But yeah, Arceus is like the biggest problem. Not really the biggest problem, but he's like, you know, a really goofy Pokemon that is essentially, he's God. He is straight up God. So he's like, he's got to be the cap on how strong Pokemon can be. And yet we still get new Pokemon games and more ridiculously powerful Pokemon. And it's like, why? He's not over-designed, but he like causes like a lot of weird problems. And Victini is technically part of the next generation. So that was Gen 4. That was Sinnoh. I'm getting progressively more negative. Because look at that. A few neutral, a lot of dislikes, a lot more hates, and then this generation has 3 of the worst out of the 4 that I've had. 2 of them are for all of them are for personal reasons, really. Though Munchlax really isn't, but it's a case of opinion there. But yeah, that's Gen 4. Helly, how long are you planning to be up? Oh, you don't have work, so it doesn't matter. You can see why I'm clearing after every generation. There were a lot of Pokemon. Because I'm sure, like, the only ones that people really care about are, like, people would really only care about, probably fall asleep, yeah, would be the S, A, and F tiers, since they seem to be the ones that I, like, focus on more, and they're the very limited ones, and I will probably, like, do a proper list of just those tiers, but, like, you know, a lot of Pokemon end up in C tier, a reasonable number end up in B, a few have ended up in D, and E's honestly it's starting to pile up. So now we get into Gen 5, Black and White. So these are the last of the Sprite games. I played both Black and White 2, and you may notice that I didn't play the counterparts. I picked it oddly, but that's fine. That was my choice. So yeah, I didn't mind the story. I will say Getsus is like an absolute joke of a villain. And I know people are going to find it weird. Colress? I didn't like Colress. So Colress is like the pseudo-villain of Black and White 2, the sequels. He's really just a placeholder for Getsus at the end of the game. He has like some interesting ideas, but he uses Magneton, so I hate him because Magneton's my Pokemon. But I do want to point this out because it's Colress. Sorry, so I will go... Oh wow, they don't have a complete one for Unova. That is interesting. Well, we'll just do that. Bulbapedia, really? I don't know why it's doing that. We'll go this way. So yeah, you see, Victini is the start of the decks. Storyline. I'm looking for... There he is. Colress. So there's Colress. Now that's Gen 7 art, so... There is his sprite stuff from Black and White too. I wonder if I go down I can find like... Yeah, so there's some more pieces so you can get an idea of what it looks like. Look at this Internet Explorer ass hair flick! I cannot unsee it. I have always seen it as that stupid Internet Explorer circle around the E. That's all Colress is to me. An annoying, like, man before the boss. He tries to be, like, social, political talk, but he's really not all that interesting. And because he uses a magneton, I dislike him because magneton's my thing. But yeah, I've said my piece with Black and Black and White 2. I don't hate the games, but I've said my piece. Let's get on to ranking Pokemon. Victini. Oh god, Victini. So Victini is an event Pokemon, but he also had like some busted ass moves, so yeah, I've got no love for the Victini. Snivy is okay. Everyone was like hyping Snivy up because of the leaf. You know what I mean. Then you have... What the hell is Snivy's middle form? Servine. Jeez. Then you have Servine. Servine is just weird and forgettable. And then you have Superior. I like Superior. I tried using it. It was fun. I wouldn't say love, because Superior, like, don't actually know. Like, Coil Iron Tail was fun. Or Dragon Tail was fun. Tippig I like. Middle Stage Itis, I don't remember your name. Pignite. Like Ignite. And then you have Emboar. God. I wish I could like Emboar more. The problem is it's firefighting. We had Infernape. We didn't need another one. And he's slow. Like, honestly, if Emboar had been part ground, it would have done him a whole lot more. I don't know why they made him fighting type. But that's personal opinion. I like the design to a degree, but I probably wouldn't use Emboar ever again. Oshawott I feel indifferent about. And pretty much the same with Dewott. And then you have Samurott, which I don't like. I think this is a first. No, it's not a first. It was definitely the lowest ranked award starter. Friggin' brain just went Oshawott, Dewott, Samurott. I don't know why, I just don't like Samurott's design. I can't get behind the quadruped. And then you have this swinging Oshawott, which is just Dark Water, which is like, yeah, it looks cooler, but it's still a quadruped. Why? Just so that you could have no feet, 2 feet, 4 feet. I don't see the reason. Particularly when it pulls sword and tries to swing sword. There was no reason to. Yeah, I don't like it. Patrat, it's a ferret. We've done ferrets, we've done weasels, we've done all of that. There's no reason for it to exist. What I'll at least give credit to, it tries to do like the safety vest thing with its yellow stripes, but that barely makes it better, honestly. Lillipup, it's a Scottish dog. That's all it is. It's kind of meh. Again, Scottish dog. Again, Scottish dog. So Lillipup, Herdia, and I forgot that right. Yeah, and Stoutland. They're just dogs. They don't even Pokemon. They're just straight up dogs. Purloin, and Lillipard. Purloin is like, meh, I really don't care, but I don't like it, and I don't feel neutral about it. Purloin, on the other hand, is like, I don't know, something about it rubs me the wrong way. I think it's just because, like, every grunt uses one. They use Purloin in the early game, and then they use Lillipard, every single one, because Dark type. Dark type gets a real bad rap. The monkeys! Oh god, the monkeys. There is no reason for this joke. I'm not going to even honor them with their damn names. They're all stone evolutions. You get one for free, depending on which starter you get. And they are all mediocre. The whole point to them is they're a spoof on the speak no evil, hear no evil, see no evil. The problem is that while the base forms, speak, hear, see, follow this motif, the evolutions, they just drop it. And the base forms at least look interchangeable. The evolutions hold, like, less resemblance to each other. Honestly, I think they're terrible designs. It's a horrible joke. And they're used for the intro gem, which just has, oh, we will use the type that you're weak against. What a pointless charade for a gym. Muna and, I've forgotten. Mushama. Remember how I said that Drowsy and Hypno were based on tapers? Yeah, here's the taper motif coming back again, but they're focused on dreams instead of putting you to sleep. Because Japanese mythology. I don't actually dislike them, per se. I probably should be a little kinder to them. I don't dislike them, but they're kind of nothing Pokemon, in my mind. Oh, look! It's just a bird. It's just a bird. It's just another bird. But now it has gender dimorphism. I'm starting to get through these a bit faster. I'm going to go through just to check. Blitzel and Zeb Striker. I mean, it's a zebra with an electric motif. I don't hate it, but that's about it. Oh god. I forget the names. No, it is Roggenrolder, Bordrel, and Gigalith. I've used Gigalith. If you've used Golem before, you're getting the same experience, except it's not, you don't get ground stab, and you don't have a ×4 weakness to grass and water. Roggenroller, cool name, mediocre design. Boulder, similar. Gigalith, I like the design, but this is a Digimon. Let's be fair here, this is a Digimon. Woobat and Swoobat? Yeah. Woobat. It's inoffensive. Swoobat. You're annoying as heck. They're basically the replacement for Zubat. And they do their job well in being that they are annoying as heck. I like I like Woobat's design, and that's the only thing that's saving it from being in dislike. Drillbur and Excadrill. I like Excadrill's design. Drillbur is kind of whatever, but I've never used Excadrill. And part of that is because it became overused. It was incredibly popular because of how broken it was. Arduino, why do you exist? It's basically their attempt to redo Chansey. And then there's the Mega. I've said it before, I don't like Musculamon. I will say, like, Timber, I don't mind. Gerda and Conkerda, those two disturb me. I did get the names right, didn't I? Timber, Gerda, Conkerda, yep. Time Pod. I like this design. But then you go Politoed. And then I want to say it's Seismitoad. Palpitoad, and then Seismitoad. And it goes downhill. So the motive is music. That's what it's supposed to be. But once you get to Palpitoad, it starts to disappear, that music motif. And then you get to Seismitoad, and it's like, where did it go? Where did the motif go? I used Seismitoad. It wasn't bad, but it's another water ground type. We've seen it before. We have Marshtomp. We have Wishcash. We have Gastrodon. You were like the 5th water ground type. And you ain't doing anything special other than being slow. Well, no, Gastrodon was slow. Most of them are slow and bulky, so you're not doing anything interesting other than you have sound-based moves. It's kind of a disappointment. Throw and Sock. It's meant to be like judo and karate. It's nothing interesting, really. I forget the names. I'm going to have to check. Sweedle, Swadloon, and Leavanny. Sweedle, I don't mind. It's a go on like the leaf cutter ant or the weaving bug. Spaluna, I also don't mind. Sorry, what? Seismitoads look like they should... Have they... Jeez, Ellie. I mean, to be fair, Unova is America. Or, more specifically, New York. Plus everything else. Leavanny, here's the thing. I want to like Leavanny. But it's a bug grass type, which is a horrible combo. And it's a pretty generic design, particularly for a free-stage bug Pokemon. Not in the same vein. Are these free? Scolipede, Whirlipede, I've gotten that wrong. Venipede, Whirlipede, Scolipede. Venipede, Whirlipede, Scolipede. In fact, Venipede is going down here. So here's the thing. Venipede and Scolipede, they have the design motif together. Whirlipede is the odd one out. And Whirlipede is the only one that's interesting. Because it leans into, like, the pill bug. You know, the one that curls itself up into a ball. It leans into it, but then you go Scolipede. Why? Whirlipede was serviceable as it is. Heck, you didn't even need to be a free-stage bug type. We had a free-stage bug type, but you had to be a free-stage bug poison type. Brain is not doing a thing here. I know this is Whimsicott, but I've forgotten what this one's called. Cortini. Cortini is forgettable, God. It's like forgettable tier. Your only saving grace is Whimsicott, which I would put in neutral. No, actually, I respect Whimsicott. So Whimsicott is a cotton spore. And if anyone remembers Black and White's metagame, Whimsicott was used in doubles a lot in the early stages because it would set up a tailwind. And then it would use, I think it's assist? No. It was some multi-hit dark move based on the number of party members that you had, and then would interact with one of the sacred swords, in particular this one here, to activate its justified ability, so it gains an attack boost whenever it gets hit by a dark type move. So yeah, I will give Whimsicott respect. It also has like a slight sheep motif going on there, and I don't know, I have a soft spot for sheep. I don't know why, actually. I know that's Lilligant, but what's that? It starts with P. Patilli. Patilli is, again, it's meh. And Lilligant is like, it's also meh. Except now we have the Hisuian form. And the Hisuian form, I have to give respect to. It is a grass fighting type. Went from generic grass flower with dancing motif, which is like, yeah, their dime a dozen, to ballet with a fighting type bonus. And it's like, you finally found a way to make it interesting. I like it. I haven't used one yet, but I like it. I mean, I've used grass fighting before, but Basculin. It's a fish. It's so damn generic. And there are free variants of it. I'm not even giving the Hisuian one, which is this one, the benefit of, like, referring to it as a different one. It is the same damn Pokemon. It just evolves. And then we have Sandile. I've forgotten your name, but your middle stage artist. And then Croconaw. Let me get that. Sandile, Croc, and Crocodile. So wait, that's Croconaw. Crocorock. And then Crocodile. Where the hell did I get Croconaw from? Oh well. I really like this guy. I've tried using one before, but it didn't work out all that great for me. But I would definitely, like, give him another go. Also, I named him Mr. Vile. There's your Banjo-Kazooie reference for the day. All right, you. So we have regular Galarian, regular Zen mode, Galarian, alternate form Galarian, if I remember correctly. It is very confusing. I'm going to have to do a thing. Yeah, so there's Diamond 10. There's Zen mode. There's standard Diamond 10. And then there's standard mode, Galarian standard mode, and Galarian Zen mode. This thing's just confusing. Like, I know what it's a reference to. It's a reference to a... Yeah, that's the Galarian version. So, it's a reference to a wishing thing in Japan. It's like a little statue. You color in one eye when you make the wish, and then you color in the other eye, not wish, goal, objective, desire, something along those lines. You color in one eye when you make one, and then you color in the other eye when it happens or it's complete. Yeah. Zen mode is dumb, and I won't rank it. The fire type one is like, meh, I really don't care. The ice type, meh. The Manatee, meh. Zen mode, meh. Standard mode, meh. Zen mode, I have no idea what's going on. It's a fire ice type. I've never used it before. I've never seen it before. I mean, like, in-game, I know it exists, but I've never seen it in-game. But it's pretty. I don't know if I could give it a like unless I, like, actually gave it a shot. Next one is Maractus. And I want to double check, because I swear, every time, yes, Maractus is freaking grass type. It's plain grass type. But it has Sandveil. It's the Cacturn problem all over again. There is no reason for you to exist. You know what? You belong in the worst section. You are offensive. We have Cacturn. We have Cacturn at home. This is what happens when you try to get rid of all the previous Pokemon and create a Pokedex with only new ones. You end up with junk like this. Wibble and... I've forgotten. Crustle. Bug Ground. We've heard of what the beta with these two were going to look like, where they would have pottery instead of crust. And while I like Dwibble, I hate this design. It is boring to look at. If it had been a clay pot or something, and like leaned into the coconut crab sort of thing, which I know it's not American and it's a bug, but if it had leaned into that and had like a fired clay pot or something, particularly since Dwibble looks like it's like got like a little flower pot on it, that would have been so much more interesting of a design. But instead you got this. I mean, look at the silhouette. It's basically a box. Scrafty and Scraggly. That's not right. Scraggly and Scrafty. I got it round the wrong way. Scraggly, I feel neutral too. Scrafty's grown on me over the years. It's dark fighting. Yeah, that's what they went for, but we have heard that the beta designs had pottery. Like acrylic. Like, I get the pun, crustacean, but I feel like it's bland. Like, it has a very poor silhouette. And to be honest, it's like a rehash of Paris and Parasect. Actually, hang on. I'm going to do something that I wasn't planning on doing. Where is Parasect? There's Paris. So Parasect should be up. There he is. Come here, boy. Look. It's Parasect. But he's a ground type now. You get my point. Oh, shoot. Go back down here. You get my point. The pottery would have been more interesting, and yeah, he's just a poor man's Parasect. Or Parasect is a poor man Crustal. Sigilif. Yeah, you see, that's what they did in later. That's what they did later with Finches. Like, I never actually noticed the resemblance until going over it. But yeah, that's kind of weird. It happened twice. It's a two-stage bug part something else that carries the something else around on its back. Sigilif is... I hate the design. It is so over-designed. Like, it's kind of hard to make sense of from there, so... Here we go. It's Psychic Flying, which is not a bad type combination, but it's like, look at this thing. There are so many things going on, and you have no idea what it is, and it's like flying, so it's like, is it a bird? What is it? So yeah, it's like, I don't like Sigilif. Then we have Yamask. Yamask is kind of meh for me. Galarian is kind of the same. Coffagrigus. Coffagrigus I like. I like the idea. It's a shame that his ability is Curse Body, which, as we talked about earlier, is garbage. What's more, Coffagrigus can't pass Curse Body on its own because it has no contact moves. Also, Coffagrigus is hilarious as being one of the few Pokemon that you could not trade due to the swear filter. Because it has FAG in its name. That's right! They named a Pokemon that you couldn't trade. You have to name it in order to be able to trade it, at least in black and white. I think they've fixed it. Actually, we should be able to go to the trivia on Coffagrigus and check that. Wikipedia, please! We're doing trivia! Previously, due to the censors that prevented Pokemon with offensive nicknames being traded on the GTSC, the English language Coffagrigus cannot be traded without a nickname in Generation 5. However, the filter has since been altered to allow Coffagrigus to trade without a nickname. There you go. I believe there are other Pokemon that are affected by it, but Coffagrigus is the English version of it. I don't know if there were any other censored words Gen 5 yet. I don't know if there were any other Pokemon that followed that same issue. Okay, we're getting into the fossils. You are just a turtle. You are a slightly more impressive turtle, but we have Blastoise at home. Ariado's like, I don't mind you, but you You are such a, like, poor improvement physically. You can go down here. Like, we had the start of a raptor. And we get this. This attempt of being a flying dinosaur. Like, I get it. I get what they were going for. Also, I should probably say the names. Tritrugon, Castrodon, Archin, Artriops. Now we get to the one that a lot of people used to, like, really hate on. Trubbish. It's a garbage bag. I do not mind it. Garbodor. Garbodor has actually grown on me over the years. Mega Garbodor is a plus because it has a bunch of, like, plastic toys shoved in it. And I feel like Garbodor, if it had taken more from its Mega, it could have been a good design. But I feel like that is a little overkill. But it's grown on me. It's definitely not perfect, but it has grown on me. It's a shame that they're pure poison. Like, if it had any other part, like if it was poison ground for, like, landfill or poison dark, it would have been more interesting. It's a shame, but it's not as bad as a design as people said at the time. At least in my opinion. Zoroark. Zoro's alright. Then you have Alolan Zora. Hisuian Zora. Hisuian Zora's alright. Zoroark. Zoroark I love the design of. I'm a sucker for red-black motifs, as you may have guessed. And, like, the whole imposter thing is funny, but Team Preview kind of makes imposter pointless. But I like them all nonetheless. And yes, Zoroark was Gen 5's attempt to do another Lucario. The thing is that Lucario got a lot more love. Zoroark's love kind of died off. But I still like it. And then you have Hisuian Zoroark, which I have to put in faves because he was the MVP of the Volo Giratina fight gauntlet. And I love, like, the ethereal hairs that they're going for with the ghost motif. Also, normal ghost is a unique type. Gotta give it that. Mintuino. And Mintuino. I know that's not the names. Cincino. Minkino. Don't ask me to try and pronounce it. I'm not even sure. They're dex fillers. That's really all they are. They are there to fill the decks. I know that's Gothitelle. One of these is Gothita. What the hell? Gothita, Gothorita, Gothitelle. It's meant to be goth, but they're psychic. It suffers from free-stage-itis, so it's like, I don't know. I don't know how to feel. I feel like Gothorita isn't that bad, but Gothif, I don't like. And Gothitelle is like, that's what you consider goth? I don't know. I don't know about that. Recumulus? God, it is so hard to remember some of these names now. Solus, Dulos, Recumulus. Solus is like, I get what they were going for. I really don't think it needed to exist. Dulos is fine. Then you have Racunulus. Because Solos is so far into the game, I've never used Racunulus. It is a pure psychic type, but it looks like fun. I mean, it's like, it's a cell thing. That's what the motif is going for. But I like it. It's a shame that it's like, it doesn't have, I don't believe it has poison moves. Not new window. God dang it. So it's got Overcoat, Magic Card, Regenerator. For those who don't know, Magic Guard reflect bounces back like traps, so like spikes and toxic spikes and that. Overcoat, I forget. Regenerator, you heal whenever you switch out of battle. Protects a Pokemon from taking damage from weather. Okay, that's it. Like, its moveset isn't bad, if I remember correctly. Yeah, mostly so. It gets Hammer Arm now? Why? It doesn't have the stats to use it. Well, yeah, let's see. It gets a couple of Dark, some Electric, one Fairy move, a couple of Fighting, some Ghost moves, which is not uncommon for Psychic types. Bunch of Normal, a lot of Psychic. Yeah. Doesn't really learn like much in the way of poison moves, and it doesn't actually lean into the cell motif as much as I thought. I still love the design. It's fun. And Racunulus basically became this era's version of Alakazam. It's a good alternative. I mean, Alakazam does things differently, but it's a good alternative. Ducklet and Swanna. They're just birds. But they're kind of foul. Waterfowl. Damn it. I know some people like them. I cannot get over food Pokemon. So we have Deerly and Swarbuck. They're deers, but their antlers change depending on the season. But their antlers and their coat change depending on the season. It's a poor motif tied into the season gimmick. There wasn't much reason to them, and they're kind of mediocre. Emolga. I hate this little shit. It's this version's Pikachu, but it's flying. So it's immune to ground. So you have to tackle its flying type weakness. But it has Volt Switch. Yeah, you can see why I don't like the damn thing. It's a pain in the neck. Kabite and Aegislash? Have I got that right? Yep, Carablast and Excalibur. Carablast is like, whatever. I don't like it. Excalibur I do like. Again, it's another bug steal. It's not great. It has a huge attack stat, but that's about all it has going for it. So it is a nice design. I will say that. Swoongus and Amoongus? Foongus and Amoongus. Yeah. Fungus Among Us, that's the joke. They're, again, we have Voltorb at home sort of thing. Amoonguss is a good Pokemon in its own right, but Fungus is like, I don't care for it. Amoonguss has grown on me, but only to neutral. I wouldn't use it. And honestly, like, the whole shield thing, I'd probably like it better if it wasn't trying to be a fake Pokeball despite its actual size. Oh great, we got the jellyfish. I forget what their names are, but they're water ghost. Frillish and Jellicent. You can see, though, in the fact that I'm forgetting names more as we go, how much they stick in my memory. Again, it's Tentacle, but we got Tentacle at home. That's happening a lot, isn't it? Anyhow, I think they also have Cursed Body, and they are powerhouses in their own right. But I hate the design, particularly the evolution. The base form is kind of meh, whatever, but the evolutions are gaudy, and I don't like them. We do not need you. Joltik? Joltik is a cute boy. He is precious. And then you have Galvantula. Respect to this spider. Like, it's a shame that I can't bring myself to put him up into favorite, because he is kind of mediocre and weak. But you know what? It's my list. Ferroseed and Ferrothorn, if I remember correctly. Yep, Ferroseed and Ferrothorn. Ferroseed I like. It's kind of plain, but I like it. Then you have Ferrothorn. I really like Ferrothorn. I don't love, because honestly, like, its hanging motif only existed in black and white. And then when it went to 3D, because it doesn't float like Carvana, those things that it used to hang onto the ceiling are now its feet. Nighthally. So yeah, I like him. I probably like him more if he still was able to hang from the ceiling, but yeah. He is not flying. He is ground. He is but grass steel. And I like him. Okay, so I've talked about how I like machinery and mechanics and darkness and all that. I don't like Clink or Kling Clang, and Clink, I don't like Clang, and I really don't like Kling Clang. It's not the names, it's just how bland the design is. Like, I can think of ways to do gears more interesting, but they're just generic steel types. They're not even steel electric or anything. They're just plain steel type gears. They really don't do anything. Like, you could have gone for, like, oh, it's a clock or something to, like, tie into, like, the seasons and changing time motif that the game has. Or anything, but no, Clink, Clang, and Kling Clang are boring and are very hard on the tongue. Timpod is generic. I hate this one. And then I'm going to check the names. Dynamo, Electrike, and Electros. There's Electrike. And then Electros. I have respect for Electros. It is a decent Pokemon, but I'm not big on the design. Also, it has tiny little flippers for feet. Elgin and BM. I don't mind LGM, but BHAM is kind of meh as an evolution. I know they're meant to be like aliens, but yeah, they could have been better. They're kind of a letdown. Litwick! Litwick is alike. Lantern. That's not what its name is. It's kind of the mid stage. It's Lampent. Then you have Chandelure. Chandelure is my go-to fire type whenever it's available. It is Ghost Fire, and I really like it. You're mostly inoffensive Pokemon. You I don't like. And Haxorus is So just to get the names right, they're Axew, Raxor, and Haxorus. They're all axe names. I don't like them. Cubchoo is pretty inoffensive. But then you have... What the hell is its name again? Beartic. You are basically an Ice-type Ursaring. But less interesting. It's so mild of an emotion to it that I can't hate it. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, right, I forgot. Railgunts. You're a snowflake. Mostly inoffensive, but there's no reason for it to exist beyond existing. Shelmet, which is like, unlike Carablast, which Shelmet is the other partner of, I don't mind it. It's inoffensive. And then you have Exceligor. Yeah, Exceligor. Exceligor's design isn't my favorite, but I don't, like, hate it. It's going for a ninja motif. And then we have this shit. Friggin' Stunfisk. Forget the name. It's a trap Pokemon. So you got Stunfisk. Then you have Galarian Stunfisk. Why do you exist? Why? You are silly. And this one tricked me in Sword and Shield. But it's like, you're trying to make as many fake mons as you can. Minthu and Minshao, God. The naming. Neither of them are that impressive. Honestly, I don't hate the designs, but they're forgettable. And then I have you. Why? You're a one-stage dragon Pokemon that is like... There's no reason for you to exist. What are you even called? Durgigon. Drudgigon. Are we sure this isn't a Digimon as well? Then we have Golurk and... Golett and Golurk. Golett is fine. Golurk, I like the design of. I've never actually used. It's Ground Ghost. It wishes it was fighting. It does have Iron Fist, which is, you know, a trade-off, but it's whatever. Bishop, similar, it's inoffensive. Oh. Poniard, inoffensive. Bishop, I like, but he is incredibly weak, so I've never used Bishop before. Buffalo. It's a buffalo. It's discount Tauros. Rufflets. Honestly, pretty inoffensive, but it's actually it is a little offensive. And then we have Braviary, which I don't care for. Then Galarian Braviary, which is like, why? Well, then we have these two, which I hate the design of. Let me try and... Volibee and Mandibuzz. It's like, are we trying to be offensive caveman? I know it's a vulture, but still. And then we have Heatmore and Durant. Not Heatmore. What is your name? No, it is Heatmore. I'm losing my marbles. Heatmore and Durant. Heatmore is like a late game fire type, and if it was earlier, I'd probably consider using it. And it's interesting. Durant, on the other hand, is the worst. There's no reason for it to exist. It is so late in the game, it is so forgettable, it is a bland design, and you wasted ants. A steel ant for the alternative, for the counterpart to a fire anteater. Couldn't you have come up with anything more interesting? Also, it's like another bug steel. We haven't seen that before. Dino Hydration. I know that's not right. Dino Zwilus and Hydration. Dino is kind of inoffensive. I don't care one way or the other. It's very generic. Dualzo, I get what it's going for, but I don't like it. It just looks silly. And then you have Hydration. Hydration I like. I respect. I've never used it. It's Dark Dragon. It's not that good anymore with fairies running around. But it was busted when it came out because it had access to it had access to electric, dark, fire. Like, it was very hard to counter. Then you have Why Do You Exist? And I'm forgetting the name. La Vestia and Volcarona. I think La Vestia exists solely so that Volcarona isn't busted because it's such a late evolution, but it's like, you can't find this until the post-game, so why? Like, I will say Volcarona is pretty inoffensive. I don't mind it. It's a decent bug Pokemon, which, honestly, bug needed. Then you got the Stords. I don't mind as much. I don't like either of these two, though. And I'm going to put the Jin's ultimate forms down here, just to make things simpler. But then you have Tornadus, Thunderous, and Landorus. Why? Roaming, Trio, Pain in the Neck. I wish they didn't exist. Then we have Reshiram and Zekrom. You're forced to catch them. You have to do the fight over if you don't catch them. I hate that. Beyond that, they're like not overly designed as some things, like Kiram here, which is like, why do you exist? And then we won't rank Kiram White and Kiram Black because they're fusions. I mean, they are different forms of Kiram, technically. But not getting into that. Then we have the last of the Sacred Swords. Why do you exist? We won't go over both of Mel or Brain. So it's Keldeo, Reshiram and Zekrom I got right. So the one I didn't mind was Colbion, then we have Drakion and Vizirion, and then we have Meloetta. Meloetta I don't actually hate the design of, which is rare for like legendaries. It's okay. I wouldn't use it. I wouldn't go out of my way to catch it, but it's okay. Though its dance form is kind of meh, which is why its sing form is considered the generic or the base. And here we have Genesect and its freaking forms because it has different discs, because of course we needed more forms. Here's the thing, I don't hate Genesect's design, but I hate the mechanic. Honestly, if it wasn't a legendary, if it was a regular Pokemon, if it didn't have the whole mechanic, I might like it. But the disc mechanic, the fact it's a legendary, it annoys me. And that is Gen 5 done. God, I was a lot more negative. I mean, a few more favorites turned up. I had a lot more Pokemon that I thought very highly of, like the A and S rank. But my God, a lot of D, plenty of E, and a lot more F rank than any other generation so far. So I would call this probably one of my more divisive generations. Well, we'll move on to Gen 6. The beginning of the 3D era. God, we're 6 hours in. So we are now into Gen 6, X and Y. And this is kind of the point where I start to lose interest in the Pokemon games. And there's a reason for it. The love for the games, like the spark of interest that I had up until this point, had started to die out. And like, let's be fair here. X and Y was a big departure from what had come before. We had the first gimmick with Megas. there were a lot of like X and Y had so many rivals and none of them were good. And the game was felt very railroady when playing it. At least how it feels looking back. And as you see, there are a lot of variants as I slowly whittle it down. There. So from here to here is the entire generation. Note that we should ignore that one and that one, since they're Hisuian forms, and these are alternate forms of what's his face, and that's a Mega, and that's an alternate form, so we will remove them now. Oh, and I missed those ones. So we won't worry about the other form of Hooper. And I might just take these two out just because they're not really important. So yeah, that's the generation. X and Y did not add a lot of Pokemon. It reworked everything though with the introduction of Fairy. But beyond that, X and Y was mediocre. We did get the ORS games. That was nice. But yeah. X and Y I don't have a lot of fun memories of because it was slow, it was dull, and it is, up until now, it was a gap before, well, no, let's leave it at that. Let's leave it at that. It was not fun. So, Chespin. Chespin I like. What's his name? We should probably move over to the Kalos region. Jumping from Pokedex to Pokedex. Quilladin. Quilladin is, again, a case of mid-stage-itis. And then we have Chestnut. Chestnut was my pick for the generation. But I will say, grass fighting, he always felt lackluster. Then we have Fennec Fox. God dang it. Fennec, Braxton, Delphox. Fennec is like a cool design. Braxton is one of the few cases where mid-stage-itis did not kick in. I actually really do like Braxton. But then you have Delphox. Delphox drops off, in my opinion, in terms of design. Like, really drops off. And I'm sure there are plenty of people who, like what I did with Grovyle, did not evolve Braxton. And this is because Braxton, like, has the, like, real little witch motif that Delphox doesn't lean into. Also, it's psychic. Yeah. It's freaking psychic. It could have been fairy if you had done fairy. People probably would have liked it a lot better. At least it wasn't firefighting. That was the sentiment at the time. Froakie, I really don't care about Froakie's design. It's mid-form, which I have forgotten already. Frogadier is kind of meh. And then you have Greninja. Everyone's freaking favorite, Greninja. I don't like Greninja that much. And there was no reason for Ash Greninja. And I'm going to make this one a separate one, because Battle Bond Greninja did not need to exist. But he did, because of the anime. And he's a unique case of a Pokemon that we should have never seen. Anyhow, Drill... Dilbert? No, what do you call... Bunnable and Digsbury. Oh, Diggersby. Honestly, you're not that offensive and you're not that great. Fletchling... It has been so long since I've touched X and Y, I'm not remembering. Fletchling, Fletchender, and Talonflame. Fletchling is fine. I mean, it is a generic bird. Fletchender, it's middle stage-itis, I feel. It's not a bad design, but it's very forgettable. And then we have Talonflame. Like, mad respects, Talonflame is a good Pokemon. Generic bug with little design. Generic bug with little design. Vivian. The bane of everyone's existence. You can see what I mean with all the different Vivians. Like, I don't even remember how you influence which one you get. There is, like, some, like, consistency with it. This one is event exclusive nonsense or something. But yeah, Vivian and its different patterns, it's like, I hate how annoying it is, and it's such a, like, nothing bug type. So just to get its others, it's Scatterbug and Sweeper. Then we have Litleo and... What does Litleo evolve into? Oh yeah, the freaking... These numbskulls were back. God, why do we have so many... Litleo and Pyroar. Female Pyroar. Male Pyroar. The normal fire. It gains nothing from being normal type, and it is kind of a mediocre design. Then you have Pyroar. Pyroar is not as bad of a design. The female one is a little less so, but, I mean, female lions don't have a man, so it's at least consistent. But then, its stats are pathetic. Or at least there aren't anything interesting, so it's like, you're a mediocre fire type when you have, like, better fire types available. I'm forgetting the names. That's Florgus, but what are the other two? Flabelle, Floette, Florgus. They wish they were part grass. Flabelle is kind of meh. Floetta, I don't mind. Florgus kind of feels a bit much. I don't think it was necessary. But they wanted a free-stage fairy. They made a free-stage fairy. Skiddo. Go. I've got nothing more to say. They are fine. Pamcham. I like Pamcham. And then you have... you. What are you again? God, so many. Pangoro. I like Pangoro, but I've never used him properly. Furfru. Did you want Design a Dog in your Pokemon game? Have Design a Dog. I don't like it. It's a normal type with nothing going on except for the different styles. And they're all goofy. You... What are you called again? It's like Meow something. Esper and then Meowstick. Male Meowstick, female Meowstick. Female one I actually think looks nicer. It's kind of inoffensive, but it's like a a very bland early game psychic type. Hone Edge, Dual Edge, Aegislash, which I'll just put the sword form up instead of the shield form. I really like Aegislash, as you can tell. I would probably love it more if it wasn't, like, absolutely busted and everyone was using it at the time. I kind of feel like that's a peg down for me if it's overly popular. But it is a Ghost Steel type. I do want to point that out. You, I like. I wish your evolution was better. Spritzel and Amarantes. Spritzel I like. But then you have Amarantes and it's like, oh my god, your design is terrible. Like, if Spritzel went into, like, the Plague Doctor aesthetic that it feels like it could have gone into, that would have been nice. Like, that's kind of the vibe that I'm getting from the mask. But then we get this, which is like Can Dancer. Like, what? Like, I know, like, going from this, a fairy, to, like, Plague Doctor references is, like, a weird 180 sort of thing, but it would have been better than this. Then you have, like, these two, which were the alternative. Swillix and Slurpuff. Swillix, I don't like the design, and then Swirlpuff is just bleh. Inky, I don't hate, and then you have whatever the frick you are. I need to scroll down more. Inky and Malamar. So for those who don't know, Malamar, you needed to evolve Inky by closing your 3DS after it got to a certain level. And now in the Switch, it's you have to hold your Switch upside down. It is goofy. But I hate that design. You? Ugh. So, I like these two, Poison Dragon, and they are a much better Sea Dragon or Seahorse than what Sea Horsey was. So, just to get their names, oh yeah, the ones we put down the bottom, Branchial and Brachial, they're barnacles, Skrelp and Dragola. Skrelp is okay. I still like it. Dragola is a nice design. It's probably hard to make out because, well, it is small, those pictures. So, like, here it is. It's a leafy seahorse, is what they're going for. And I like it. Plus, Dragon Poison is nice. We then have, God, what's its name? Crolauncher and Crotzel? Basically, it's Pistol Shrimp. Crolauncher is an okay design. I think, like, Skrelp is actually kind of in the same boat. They're okay, but they're early stage. But then you have Crolzitz, and I really do love that one. It's a shame these two are version exclusive, so you can't get them both in the same game. Yay! That's Heliotis, but what's that one? They're both electric. Oh, that's Heliotile and Heliotisk. Heliotile is unoffensive and Heliotisk is eh. I'm not much for them. Then we have our fossils. I'm honestly getting to the point where I don't remember the names off the top of my head. And honestly, I can't be bothered checking every single one now. It's actually taking us longer. So it's like, you two are... I actually like Tyran... Type. I know it's something like that. Tyrant... So it's Tyrant and Tyrantrum. God, the names are awful. No wonder I don't remember them. And then there's these two, like, you're inoffensive. I never liked the sales. Too much going on in my opinion. Sylveon. Sylveon's kind of middle of the ground for me. It is, like, overly designy, but when you realize those ribbons are tentacles, that level of creepy just comes back around to, like, making it neutral for me. Halucha. I feel like I should find you offensive. Den, you are so mediocre. I don't care. Carbink. It's a nothing Pokemon. It's bad design, but it's nothing. It's a nothing. Actually, you know, I don't hate it, but it's a nothing design. Sliggoo. Goomy. Goodra. He's swinging Goomy, which just has a steel donut shell. I honestly like it, but I'm not like a huge fan. But then you have Hisuian Goodra. Steel Dragon. With water moves. It's like everything I like. And you finally brought the shell back from Sliggoo. I'm so happy. Cliffkey. You're a steel fairy, and you're a set of keys. And you have Prankster. I hate how you look. I hate how you're viable. And I hate that you're... yeah. It's unwarranted, I know, but I hate it. I know that's Trevenant, but what's that one called again? Brain can't keep up. Ghosts, grass. So I know where I'm looking for. Scroll. There are so many Pokemon in this generation. Phantump. Phantump is okay. Trevenant I like, and I wish I could work it into a team one day. Ghost Grass is kind of an odd combination. Then we have Pumpkaboo and Gorgeist? Gorgeist. Pumpkaboo I feel indifferent on, and Gorgeist is just blah. I don't like the design. I also don't like the pumpkin size thing, though I get it. Oh, you're here in this generation. I see now. So that's Avalugg, and you're... something that I can't remember. Bergmite. Icebergmite. I don't hate it, but I don't like it. But it's not neutral. And then Avalugg, which is just... ugh. We got a better version of Avalugg with the Hisuian one. No, it's not much of an improvement, to be honest. I want to check. I swear that Hisuian Avalugg is, yeah, it's part rock. Not doing itself any favors, but at least it looks more interesting. Noibat and then Noivern. Noibat I like. Noivern I wish I had used. It's another dragon, but it's flying. It has the sound motif again. I wish I had given Noivern a chance. I really do. The design is pretty good. It is like getting a bit on the side of over-designed when it comes to Pokemon. But it's so late into the game once you find these two. It's such a shame. And I will say this. Looking back over the Pokedex, I forgot how loaded this generation was with Pokemon. And look at how few there are. I hate you. I feel kind of indifferent to Yveltal. And then you have Zygarde. Isn't that how it's said? Hang on. Hang on. Hang on. There we are. Xerneas, Yveltal, and Zygarde. So Xerneas is that's a pain in the neck. I did an online match once. I shouldn't have. Because people like bringing Pokemon in, legendaries in. So that's kind of the reason why. Yveltal, I like the design of, but story-wise, Xerneas makes more sense for the plot than Yveltal does. And then you have Zygarde, it's like, why do you exist? Seriously, why? Then you have Diancie, which... Hooper, I feel I dislike stronger. And then, who the heck are you? Oh, are those guys counted in the next decks, the Alolan decks, really? No. Huh. Well, that's weird. Who are you, again? I know it's a water type. The fact that it's not in the decks has got me concerned. Okay. Is it pure water? I didn't think it was. Is it not water? I thought it was water type. Okay, let's try this. We'll go Palkia. It'll bring up the word for legendaries. Pokemon Myth. Legendary Pokemon. There we are. Blah 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 blah. Gen 5, Gen 6, Gen 7. Dancing in the Coon Construction. Gen 7. Okay. Is there a list of legendary Pokemon? Roman Pokemon. Egg. Ufu. I'm not seeing a name. Violet, go, game, blue, mustard, brown. I have no idea what the hell it's called. I know it was an event mon. I know it's from Alola. But why is it not in the decks? Oh well. You are a complicated pain in the neck. We will call it that. So this is X and Y. Yeah, it's small generation looking at it. I'm very divided on it though. Okay. So I'm just going to quickly get the gender ones out of the road. Or like the alternate forms out of the road. Oh, and then all the type nulls nonsense. Because of course we needed a rip-off Arceus. Then your silly thing, the Comet, which isn't an evolution, it's a form change. And then we go up to here. Wow, it's another tiny generation. I mean, to be fair, it's like we have dealt with a lot of the Alolan variants already in other generations, so Alola is kind of smaller. But it doesn't change much. So here we go. Rowlet. Rowlet's fine. Midformitis. I like the design. That being said, the Hisuian one, I I really don't like... Hang on. So it's Dartrix and then Decidueye. Hisuian and Decidueye, it's like, I get what they were going for, but it doesn't mean I have to like it. Then we've got Brains Malfunctioning. Litten, Torracat, and Incineroar. Litten, I like. Torracat, again, mid-stage-itis. Incineroar. I wish Litten didn't evolve into this. I actually dislike Incineroar. It's not a bad Pokemon. I don't hate the typing. I'm not a fan of the design. Then you have Populo. Whatever the hell that is. Barini. And then Primarina. I'm not sure how I feel about Primarina, to be honest. Woodpecker is something new, but then we have meh. So it's Pick-a-Peck, Trumbeak, and then what? Toucannon. That would be it. I don't actually dislike Toucannon, but the fact that this turns into this drives me nuts. Yungoos is kind of meh, and then we have Gumshoe. I really don't like Gumshoe. Grubbin, Charjabug, and Vikavolt. Grubbin is very generic bug. And Charjabug, it looks like a Digimon. It looks like a discount Digimon. It really does. And then we have Vikavolt, which, like, honestly, I don't like. Crabola. This is our coconut crab candidate. I don't like it. And then Abominable, whatever the hell it is. Crabominable. It's a terrible name, and it's a freaking awful design. I get the idea with you three, one for each island, but So what is it called? Orikoi. Then you have Cutiefly and Rombi. And Cutiefly I don't hate. Rombi I like the design of, but it's a mediocre Pokemon, which is a shame. Rockruff, I'm not offended. Lycanroc Dawn form, I don't like as much. I like Dusk form. And then there's you. Aren't you Daybreak? Hang on. I need to double check this. I need to for my own sanity. No, Midday, Dusk, and Dawn. Ability Own Taper evolves into Dusk form like a rock when leveling up during the evening. So you specifically need Own Tempo, right? So that's Midday, that's Dusk, and that's Dawn. I'm kind of indifferent to Dawn. I don't like Midday. I like that it's a rock type, but like it's pure rock, which is a shame. If it was rock dark, I'd probably like it better. But also, what a pain. So we have Wishy-Washy, and then Wishy-Washy Wishy-Washy School form. Wishy-Washy is just the most bland fish, but school form, for me, is a neutral. Then we have Marini and Toxapex. I like Marini, and I'd really like to use Toxapex one day properly. Clydesdale and Mudsdale, if I remember correctly. Round. Nope. Mudberry and Mudsdale. Mudberry is just a generic donkey. And Clydesdale is just... Mudsdale is it's a horse. With dreads. Should I be offended? Or should I find it offensive, I mean? I don't have dreads. Brain cannot think of what you are called. Jupiter, and Araquanid. You're basically Surskit's better form, though you are a spider. I feel like I like the idea of them more than I like the design. Again, this is probably a problem with like 3D versus 2D. And then we have grass types that I need to look up the name for. Fomantis and Lurantis. Yeah, I like them more at the start, but they've kind of just gone down on me, and I really hate these fungi. Molinia and Chinacti. I probably said that wrong. Then we have Sandit and Salazzle. Sandit I like, Salazzle I really like, and I feel like I was using it. The main problem is female only. It's not easy to get your hands on. Also, how is there a variant? They're female only. I don't like Build-A-Bear. I know that's not what they're called. Stuffle and Beware, I don't like them. You, meh. Mew, I don't mind. You, I like the design of. It's a little outside my wheelhouse, but I like it. Bonsweet, Steenie, and Sarina. And then we have Comfy. You are not a Pokemon, you are a reef. It's not the worst, but I hate the design. I really don't like the design. So just to keep the namings up, with Oranguru and Passium. Then we have some boys I really like. Wimpod. And then we have... Why am I blanking? I've used you a couple of times. Golisopod. Wimpod and Golisopod. I really, really, really like Wimpod. I know it's a first stage. It's a rarity for me. And then Golisopod, I've used it a couple of times. He is fun. And he's benefited from Leech Life's power boost a lot. I know some people might not like them, but I do. Pile of Sand, I like, and I like Sandygast. The problem is that they're not really usable, and I haven't put them on a team before. Puku Muku, I think it is. Hang on, let me go. Yeah, Puku Muku. It's a sea cucumber. Here's the thing, I don't like the design, but it's goofy hand thing that I find amusing. Type Null is stupid. Sylvalius is unnecessary. I said it. And I don't regret it. Where is Minor? Meteorite. Minor. That's what it is. Ugh. Minor is... Like, seriously, why did we need all these forms? And it's this color palette. It's like Gacha, but in Pokemon form. Oh god, then we have this thing. I've forgotten its name, but it's a normal type. Kumala. Kumala hurts me because it's a koala. But it's cute. Koala's not cute. They are scary. Like, seriously, if anyone's actually, like, looked up a video of what sounds koalas make, you will understand what I mean when I say they are scary. This cute motif needs to end. They are lying to you. Lying. This is a Digimon. I've said that a couple of times now. Tortonator. This just looks like a freaking Digimon. It doesn't look like a Pokemon at all. I really don't like the design. I don't hate it, because I don't have to look at it. But I don't like it. Another form. You Steel Electric. God damn it. Togedemaru. You're too hard to say. And I wish that this wasn't our hedgehog Pokemon. Mimikyu! I wish I used Mimikyu more during my Moon playthrough, which I didn't finish. And I didn't play the Ultra games, either of them. You can kind of see why I'm, like, mostly indifferent to a lot of it. You are just a horror. It's just a water type, a water psychic. Bruxish. Then you have Drampa. I feel indifferent to Drampa, to be honest. Deluge, isn't it? God, I need to go past all the ice types. No, Delmise. Which has Steelwork, so it's a Ghost Grass type and then gets Stab on Steel. I like it. I haven't used it. I want to, though. And then we've got the dragons that are symbols, so it's like, I don't like you, I don't like you, you are well and truly over-designed. And then we have the Tapus. To be honest, I'm going to just say, I don't hate them that much, so dislike is fine. Then we have Cosmog. Cosmog is fine. Why you exist, I have no idea. Then we have Solaris and Lunala. Solaris is kind of over-designed. And then we have Lunala. Lunala, I kind of feel neutral on. You'll notice I'm not feeling strongly. And then there were the Ultra Beasts. They're just Digimon. They have separate dex entries, and there's no reason for them to exist, really. So it's like, why? No. Go away. Digimon, find something else to do. Like, this is... What? I forgot that button existed. Okie doodle, that makes things awkward. Yeah. So I'm down here now. Can I like click and grab? No. Great. Just great. Uh, Zekrom is going in there. Necrozma is going in there as well. Again, it's a terrible Pokemon design. And then you have Necrozma Forms, which is like, same thing with Kyurem. This isn't Digimon. Then you have Ultimate Necrozma, because of course you needed a fusion. And then we have Magina. Honestly, I really do hate Magina. Magina is like... Oh, we finally got a steel type that's a machine, but it is... Oh, it is so awful. And I hate it for what it is. Then you have Mere Shadow, which is... I don't hate it as much, but it's like, don't like it. You... This is like, you're a Digimon. Convince me otherwise. You're just insane. So we're going to skip past the Ultra Beasts and... Oh, we need to go to the other Alola game. Down we go. Down, 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 down. So there's Necrozma, Magina, Marshadow, and Zerorima. Oh yeah, there's just the other... No wait. What far? So there's you. Then where is it? Where is it? You. These things are not Pokemon. They don't look like Pokemon. They don't deserve to be. Then we have you. Again, this thing looks like a Digimon. I don't hate the design, but it doesn't look like a Pokemon. Okay, I'm probably being a little unfair on it and should put it up here. So that one is Zeraora, which is a pure electric type. So yeah, that mess is Alola. You may note that I'm a lot more negative on Alola than I thought. To be fair, most of what I considered the worst are Ultra Beasts and Legendaries, and I'm just a lot less neutral on some of the designs. And now I got the problem. I've got all this between me and the last 2 generations. So, like, from here down is what I have left. And we've been going for 7 hours. We got through 7 generations. So I've got 2 generations left. I think what I'll do is I'll end it here and we will finish this tier list another time. Because honestly, we've only got... what? If we count from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 7 plus... yeah!
Get ready for battle instructions.
Dundee still up.
Battle mode.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Mission
5,
completed.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19... how many across was it? Okay, roughly we have... about 270 Pokemon left. Roughly. That's not terrible. Oh, Dundee. But hey, if you had fun, then that's all that matters. Yeah, we've got about 200 left. Because I'll have to rearrange these guys in order to be able to get through the last 2 generations, because scrolling all the way down to look at them and then scrolling all the way up to paste them in is going to be a pain, and there's no, like, quick sort. So I will work something out between now and next time, and we'll finish this off, because we've been going for 7 hours. I don't think there'd be anyone on that I would raid, so I'm going to have a quick look. Gunzer is on, checking some new settings for the OOT MMR. That is about it, but I don't think I've got the energy in me to raid. Oh dear. So yeah, I think I'll call things here for now, and I might take like a power nap. And then we'll get back to this and do the last 2 generations and 270 Pokemon. Yeah, I think that works. Snap my neck. Yeah. We did pretty well. We did pretty well. there were a lot of Pokemon. We still have just 2 generations left. Well, 2 generations plus the couple of Hisuian Pokemon, which I might just tie into the end of Generation 8. And then we're done. So there's roughly 270 left. Like, it's a rough number, but considering how many Pokemon there are, like, hang on. I should be able to find out the total number. Every regional Pokedex. Oh. Okay, there is 1,017 Pokemon. Which means we covered about 800. Oh dear. Yeah, I'm gonna call it there and take a power nap, and we'll see if we'll finish off the remaining 270 or so tomorrow. Until then, later perusers. If not tomorrow, sometime during the week, but we'll see what happens.